Cause I don't give a shit. Every time they said I
gave a shit, I'd be broke. Cause I don't give a shit. Thought for sure that I started the... Ah, there we go. We got back around eventually. King of Osha. Thank you for all the hearts. Moe Moe Kyun. That was maybe... I won't say the worst part of the road trip stream, but it was definitely not the best part. Hope you guys are doing well this morning. Hope you guys are doing well. Do we still have... Yeah, my layers still work. My PC rebooted overnight. So I wasn't sure if this shit's still running. Wee snaw, wee snaw. What do you mean worse? Maybe one of the better bits, I'll give it that. Most of the majority of the road trip stream is yapping while watching the road go by. Yeah, I'm tired, man. Started with a jump scare? No jump scare here, broski. Oi, oi. Graduated with my bachelor's in mech engineering today. Great way to end the night. What the fuck? In March? Hell yeah. Good for you. That's awesome. This seems really early in the year to be graduating. Went to sleep at a decent time but woke up late. Well, it's more... Tomorrow I have to head out early, and I also, when I'm visiting family, I need to be on a normal sleep schedule. So, I kind of made myself get up a little earlier than usual today to force me on the schedule. Like, get me banged into shape, right? Just paid my bills? Hell yeah. Oh, I finished last year. The ceremony was today. Oh, okay. Were you a December grad then? Probably. I'm assuming not May of last year. It'd probably be December. You had one semester holdover. That makes sense. Sounding very sleepy. Ah, you know, we're chilling. We're chilling this morning. Pretty sure I saw coding. That's a jump scare to me. Been trying to figure out what's wrong with the BIOS of a mini computer I broke years ago lately. Oh my good lord, you're doing BIOS shit. Any of you guys have the experience of the hell that is operating systems design class? That shit's evil. Sound you need to pop a coffee? I literally sipping a coffee right now. But I haven't got it in me yet, so you know. I ain't got that dog in me. But as it kicks in, then I'll become a little more energetic, you know. A friend of mine took that in college and he wanted to drop out every other week. Yeah, because that shit sucks. Whoa, hit a morning bowl of that Timu weed. No, I'm not. I don't do that. Sorry, I'm not trying. This isn't a hard rule, but I've got a soft rule. Have I even tried, like, proper weed before? I don't think I have. I've tried random other shit that my friends would get a hold of where they're like, weed isn't legal, but we managed to get this other thing that is. And then it was like, it was like shitty weed, basically. Anyway, I'm not smoking weed until I've like retired. Because everyone I know that does, and I'm not saying this goes for all of you, they're suddenly like, I don't feel like working anymore. And I don't think I can't be pulling that shit, man. Delta 8. I have tried Delta 8. It just made me want to sleep, if I'm being real. I missed out on K2 Spice, but like barely. Like that shit just became illegal. And the guy that I know that would use it all the time was like, this shit is more insane than weed. And it was making him like crazy. Weed is miles better than drinking? Yeah, but I don't feel compelled to drink ever. I haven't drank in like weeks. I haven't drank since the Shedathon, when I was drinking those Tsingtaos. I haven't had any alcohol since then. Brother, you are missing nothing? What's like K2? K2 is fake cannabis from 2012 or so. It makes you want to sit on the couch and do nothing all day. And then it makes you go, man, I like sitting on the couch doing nothing all day. That's everyone that I know, that's what it does. And like, I got friends that use it. They'll come off after work and then smoke and then just lay around. But like, I'm doing shit all the time, man. I don't know if it's not very often I got a couple hours to not do shit. I don't know, I don't want that, I don't want that kind of thing in my life. No hate to you if you're into it. But I'm old now, man. I'm not, what was it I said the other day? Is when I started stream too, where I was like, past a certain age, you need to stop trying shit like this. That was talking about hallucinogens though, not really weed. I think that if you're like a grandpa, that's when you start busting out the crazy shit again, because now you got nothing better to do. There are folks I haven't interacted with when they're not high. There's a guy in college I knew who literally was high like all the time. Like when Dare was like, weed addicts exist, they were talking about this guy. He literally would not. He like, I always thought, oh, it's funny, he's just high all the time. Until we invited him to go somewhere with us, and he like derailed the whole fucking ordeal by, we were like in somewhere and then he ran out and took the fucking car and was gone for like half an hour, and we were like, where the fuck did he go? We're like stuck here. And then he came back and it was just so he could go get weed and get high again. And we're like, oh my god, no, he's actually like fucking cooked, bro. This is the guy they're talking about when they say there's people addicted to weed. But eventually, we all had to get jobs after college, right? And they drug test you for any engineering job, and he was an engineer. He was in the engineering program with the rest of us. So, so we're like, how the hell is this guy gonna pass? Because you have to take a hair test, generally. And he's, he came in. First it was like April or so, maybe like around this time, like March, late March. He's starting to apply for jobs. And he just shows up to class one day and he is completely bald. Like everywhere, because he used to have long hair and a beard. He's fully shaved he didn't even have fucking arm hair. He had all the hair that wasn't eyebrows was gone. He like came in smooth as could be. And I think that originally thought that was gonna get him out of the hair test, so then he could get away with it. But then he did a job interview and he realized that they're gonna make him do a piss test. And I think it only takes like a couple days to get out of your system. But it took him, he was like, no, it's gonna take me like 2 weeks to get out of my system. Because I smoke so much. And so for the first time in the entire time any of us had ever known him, he had to be sober, actually sober, for like an extended period of time. Weeks? Yeah, it depends on use. And turns out if you're smoking like every hour of every day. So then for the last 2 months I was in college, we got to see what this guy was like sober. And when he was high, he was a selfish asshole. And when he was sober, he didn't act like a selfish asshole, but he would randomly get really mad. He would just like blow up about random shit all the time. But he was less of like a general asshole. And then he would be like, oh, ever since I stopped smoking all the time, it's made me aggressive. And it's like, yeah, dog, you're like not on a downer for the first time in forever. And he's like, I'm such a nice person when I'm smoking, like, but now I'm like this is, it's horrible. And like, I wasn't gonna tell him. I was like, dog, you are not a nice person when you're smoking. You just don't get mad. You're actually an asshole both ways. It's just a different flavor. But, you know, you do you. It was like, what was that fucking... Well, what's even like a good description? It's like, hearing him talk when he wasn't high, because he would always talk like a cartoon hippie where he would drag his words out real long. And then hearing him talk when he wasn't high, it was like if you, it's like if you're talking to Donald Duck and he just talked in like a normal voice. It was so like uncanny. Anyway, he's an interesting guy. Let me pull up some other machines we're gonna sprite out here. I don't want to spend too much time spriting when we could be expanding core game function. All the smokers I knew were the obnoxious short that wouldn't shut the fuck up about weed. Oh, he didn't talk about it all the time. He talked about it once he stopped, but I kind of get it because we would like ask him. Because it was like, he like changed. Or, you know, he was distinctly different. $2D assets. Yeah, I got 2 more of these. I got a green one, and get this, I got a red one. I also have solar panels, mining machine. I might use that sprite for when we first start getting... Or maybe like this one. This one's a little more location agnostic. I think it's gonna need to be crunched down though. Yeah, 48 by 48. The problem with this tile set is they have no loyalty to any one system. Some shit is randomly just like 2 tiles tall, some of it's multiple. Did you draw? I didn't draw these myself, no. These are from an asset pack. This is from the quote-unquote factory game asset pack on itch.io. Yeah, you can take a guess the inspiration source for this shit. Damn, maybe this is better then, because this is 32 by 48, and the sprites that I'm using for these guys are that size. This, I need like a mud hut or something. This is not for my worker hut. Oh, I fixed the problem, by the way. I know that yesterday we had the issue where the mining stopped working. I wasn't able to vibe code my way to a solution, but I was able to use... their non-functioning solution to find the actual solution. A pixel mud hut will just look like a turd. The skinny one looks better, different from the other square-based ones. Yeah, the problem is that this... It's doesn't change sprites depending on what side of the square you put it on. So the problem when you go to actually play the game... Yeah, I'll show the gameplay for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. On. Boop, boop, boop. Here we go. Debug menu on the side. This is how it works. You have this little you have these little 8x8 grids that you can mine out. I have the speed turned up. Normally it takes longer to mine this. When you clear the grid out, it regenerates the grid. Did I get any seeds? I got wheat seeds and beet seeds. So you can also go up here and plant seeds you get in this little garden, which I also have the speed turned up on. Alright, so this is... We already had this stuff in before. This isn't anything fancy or new. And then you can harvest, and it cuts you down to your base seed again. That's not anything new. What we added new is that now you can actually... Oh, here is where you can build machines. So I don't have anything unlocked right now, but I can unlock them by building some stones. 3, 4, 5. I think a sawmill to start. I don't have a sprite for this one yet. Oh, wait! I can have a sprite for this one. I made the sawmill. I made the little saw sprite. Which someone was giving me shit for being bad. But I like the sprite, actually. The debug menu's taking the entire left side of your screen now. Yeah, we have a lot more items in the game now than we did before. Alright, so now we're able to craft these. This is an auto miner, which I have the speed also turned way up on this. Oh, I don't quite have enough. I need to fix the UI on this. The UI on a lot of my pop-up menus is fucked. Alright. Then once you have them all, then it's all able to automatically mine the entire grid. Now, as I said, I have the speed turned to 10 times what it's supposed to be. Don't let the art get in your way. Art is the thing I can always pay someone else to do better than me. If it gets to the point where we have a well-functioning game, I'll fucking calm out some logically and stylistically consistent art. But, the actual design is more what I'm concerned with here. Oh, I don't have enough stone. But I have a shitload of rocks now that I can craft into stone. Yeah, it takes small rocks, and I have 4,000 of them. It updates the count every time, so the count's going up because it's auto-mining them. I can build a lot of things at this point. Let's build simple furnace. Start smelting, copper nuggets. I noticed this one doesn't show out of what? It doesn't show how many you have. You have an idea for a theme of you where to do art? I like how the machine designs are with the thick black outlines. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. And the, like, high contrast look. Like, these crops don't really follow the look. They're a little more, like, rustic looking, which is okay, but it's not as consistent. Same with, like, these houses don't look as bold. You guys have sheets in Ohio? Yeah, sheet my fucking pants. No, yeah, we have sheets. Now, normally, okay, you have these deeper mining layers. Normally, you would not be able to build or break any of this until you have a bronze pickaxe, which is like the first milestone you build to. But I have that unlocked right now, so I can just build huts to automatically mine these too. This becomes a lot easier too, because then you don't have to craft stone. What the fuck is this? Hang on. Hang on. I bet that's trying... Okay, hang on. Close this out completely. Harvester config pop-up. I almost guarantee... Oh, yeah, use divider. Turn that shit off. Don't use a fucking divider. Bro, mind the menu. No, I knew that had to be what I had checked. Hang on, can I change the, like, start button struct? It's craft button is what it's called. Craft button. Every single one, the button that says craft is too high. Label node craft. -5. Drop that down to like a -7. It's doing the Godot within Godot thing again. That's not quite where it needs to be, bro. Come on, man. What the fuck is the positioning of this shit? Rebuild background. Does it change? Maybe like -14. I want to make sure it's actually... Oh man, why does everything works with OBS auto-refreshing except this? Oh wait, I made it higher, not lower. Wait, should I just make it 0? Fuck. I have to at least mine some of the small rocks to have the... Okay, hang on. Maybe if we have music artists in chat, we can make some tunes for the game and post Discord. There's a thread on Discord. People have been making sprites. A lot of those sprites people have made haven't been implemented just because I don't have the system set up yet. But, yeah, if you make stuff, I would love to have it. Now, maybe there's some limitations. If you, like, sing a song about mining and submit it, I don't know if that one's gonna... Well, maybe if it was charming. Maybe if it was funny. What kind of sprites are you needing? What's your game about? Conquest. It's a crafting incremental game. It's an acquisition crafting incremental game. If you've played I've played a lot of ones in this genre. This is one of my favorite type of, like, sloppa games. So it's kind of Factorio-esque. It's kind of like Factorio, but there's no logistics. Also, did I show you guys that I added where you could scroll? You can now scroll. Oh, you can kind of see off the map when you go up and down, though, because it snaps you back to center. Oh, you can see the edge. Is your throat fucked up? It always is. Like, legitimately, always. I'm literally, every stream, I'm raising my voice and, like, projecting, and too many streams in a row, and it just gets a little fucky. But also, it's early in the morning, so I'm sounding a little rougher than usual. As it warms up, it sounds better. Yeah, Factorio cookie clicker type of game. Remember the content grind. If someone gives you a charming but dorky song that you wouldn't want replaying constantly in the game, you can use that with their permission in an eventual social media post about the game. Originally, when some people were like, oh, can I make a sprite for this game? I was like, oh, yeah, sure. But now several people have submitted sprites, and, like, I need a... And you guys can maybe help me think of how to best to do this. There's not really going to be, like, a credits scene, if that makes sense. It's not really like a... I don't think there's going to be, like, a definitive end. You just kind of grind on it. I need a place where I can credit people that have submitted sprites. Even if I end up not using them, I want to give them credit for it, you know? Remember the content grind is sending me? Bro, don't worry, I'm not gonna forget. It's my job. Here, let me try this one more time, just to... The craft button is like... Okay. It actually should be -1. Yeah, now it's actually perfectly centered. Bless up. Speaking of things you can grind on, let's start our Wordle with the penis meta. Some of those sprites in the thread are really damn good. Yeah, no, they are. But, like... I'm not gonna be able to use all of them. Like, because the cat ones, especially, there's so many good ones. But I'm gonna have to settle on a style, because they're all stylistically different. Unless he just changes completely. It would be kind of funny. Switching from, like, one of the simple ones to, like, the detailed ones, as shit would look like the SpongeBob, like, cut to the detail painting. You have a credits tab in the same place you plan to have volume control. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. I should just have a thing where you can see the credits. POV, you're not gonna get credit for your spirit. Details increase with level. I mean, when people do, like, a game funded by Patreon or whatever, they often do that just because the list of people that donate on Patreon is really fucking big. So they'll have, like, a, you know, a little dedicated area. Hey, hang on, let's fix these, pop-ups. It's kind of driving me crazy how shit the UIs are. They're like with shit misplaced everywhere. Random chance to get a special sprite. Special sprite that might play when you fight the cat. We go on inventory, pop-up, crafting view, inventory view. Scroll container, selected icon. Did you scream like crazy last night? No, I didn't. Oh, wait. No, I was gonna say I was yelling at the end. When I asked again why I wasn't showing stuff. When I was trying to do the slow-mo, when I said like 30 times I was doing the slow-mo and I couldn't show it on stream. That's loud in the recording though, I didn't actually yell. I just picked up the mic and moved it close to my mouth like this. So it's a little different, right? I've started doing that. Before I would yell at chat and then blow my voice out. But now I've become enlightened and started picking the mic up and talking at, you know, maybe a slightly elevated volume, but not yelling and frying my voice. Ever since the subathon last year, my voice has never fully recovered from that. I blew my voice out. I lost it completely. And like, I've managed to get it back into shape, but like, ever since then, I have to be careful with it. Before, I wouldn't even think about it. I would just talk and yell and whatever, and then, you know, at the end of the week, we'd reset and it'd be fine. And I think now also with me streaming more, doing these morning streams, it's like I'm streaming more hours now than I was before. I think I need to kind of calm it down a bit. I need to be a little more careful about what strain I put on my voice. Doo-doo. Don't get nodes, bro. You peek the fuck out of the already compressor? Yeah. Pretty common streamer issue. It is a pretty common issue. I think that a lot of people don't. Well, if you're more chill, you don't get hit with it. But if you yell a lot, you definitely have to be getting fried constantly. It sucks too, because before I was doing karaoke streams pretty often, and I really don't know how many of those I can do now. Like, if I do one now, I have to plan it. I have to plan my week around it. Definitely couldn't be doing it on a Friday after a whole week of streaming. It would need to be, like, after several days of resting my voice. Get that good Chinese shit. I love that Chinese syrup, bro. That shit fixes it. That Temu thing, the subathon, right? Well, when I said since the subathon, I was referring to last year subathon, not the shedathon. The shedathon, I didn't lose my voice during the shedathon. I'm sounding rough by the end of it. But compared to the subathon last year, we did great. Last year's subathon, day 2, I lost my voice. Like, I couldn't talk in this register. I had to talk down here the whole rest of the time. I couldn't talk up here in my normal register. Which actually fucking sucked. And then all the comments are like, I've psychoanalyzed him and he just sounds so burnt out right now. And it's like, no, I'm not burnt out, you fuck. My voice is fried. Because I've been talking for days straight. The Giga Subathon was the best one I've seen. No hate to the others, but it's miles better than the hee 100 subs for funny tweet stuff. Yeah, it was fucking work. That's why no one else does this shit, man. I was torturing myself during that subathon. We had some wins during it, but honestly, I'm surprised that of the 3 big projects we did during that subathon, 2 of them worked. That's crazy. I was really genuinely afraid all 3 were gonna fail. It's disappointing that we never got the cart working, but thank God we got most of it working. The subathon and road trip got me through a tough time. Oh, I'm glad, Adam. The road trip was easy. Honestly, like, I feel like the road trip was great value for effort. Because it was unique, and it was like... That said, I think it only felt easy because it was after the subathon. I think that if I just did the road trip on its own, I'd be like, damn, that's a lot of work. And planning and logistics and everything. But because it was right after the subathon, it was like, nah, that actually was completely fine. What game are we making? Incremental mining and conquest game. Yeah. Like Factorio cookie clicker, basically. I'm gonna have to explain it so many times, but like I don't know. I don't know if I can sum it up in one phrase to put at the bottom of the screen, if that makes sense. What is the Pitbull Exposition? Whenever it can happen. It'll be towards the end of the year. It'll be in fall. Probably not at the actual 3-year anniversary, like the literal day 3-year anniversary. It'll probably be like a month or more after that, but it'll be called the... Or it wouldn't be 3 years, sorry, it'd be 4-year. It would be called the 4-year anniversary subathon. Incremental mining and conquest game oddly sounds like a good name. Never let programmers fucking name shit. That's a horrible name, dog. Calling it crop slop would be a great... That would slap. Crop slop is kind of a banger, even though the majority of your materials are gained by mining. That's just like, it just works. What's the plan for when it's finished? If it's to the vision that I want, I'd like to have it as a web game on my website and then launch it on Steam. If it works. If it works, I'll put it up on Steam for like $5. Or no, what is it that they say? The guys that made Peak, they were like, don't ever sell a game at $5, sell it at $7. Because anyone willing to pay $5 for a game will pay $7. They're on that. They're kind of cooking with that. They're on that fucking money maxing grind set, bro. Because in my head, I'm like, $7 is just basically $5 if I'm buying a game. And when you knock it to, when you put it on sale, then it goes down to like 4 or 5. Instead of going down to like 3. People ripped on them. Well, of course gamers are gonna rip on them. They're talking about how to actually make money in game dev. The gamers fucking are only happy if the game devs make $5 for their product and it's a passion project. People get Factorio shit for never going on sale. And they're like, yeah, we're never gonna go on sale. We're worth $30. And they're fucking right. It took me longer to buy the game because of that, but they are right. Factorio is absolutely worth $30, if not more than that. But when I was in college, I never got into it because I didn't have $30. 30 plus 20 for the DLC? No, the DLC for Factorio is also 30. So it's 60 if you want both, if you want Space Age. Alright, I'm kind of dicking around here. Let's actually add some shit. Let's actually get some stuff added in. My mic is blocking my view of this bottom window here. Alright, let's see what we got here on the chart. We need to add the fermentation and still. We need to add recipes for the drying rack. So I think we can build all these. We just need to actually add recipes for them. check machines here. Harvester machines, mining machines. Yeah, fermentation tank, drying rack, distiller, paper mill, sawmill. We have like pretty much all that shit in here. What do you think of a little image of the icon for the crafting objects so you can see what they make? That's a good idea. It already has the infrastructure too. Because I don't know if you've noticed on the page when you pull up the crafting, it, like for the machines, I'm assuming is what you mean. Because it already shows you on... Here, hang on. It already shows you when you're trying to craft, like... See, it has this icon. But when you go to do a machine, no icon. But you can see how the text is offset. That's because this uses the same struct to show this list. There's also a scrolling list. And I'm gonna need... I really should get it implemented earlier. This button needs to be the same color as the background, too. The UI, when I first implemented it, was blue. That's why some of the buttons are blue. This is also a scrolling list here. So if you have enough options, it'll have a little scroll bar appear on the side, and then you can scroll up and down. But there's a little spot here where you can put an icon. I just don't have one assigned. So I should really have one assigned. I'm pretty sure the struct for machine has an inventory icon slot like the materials do, if I'm remembering right. Yeah. No, wait. Maybe it doesn't. Well, I should add one. There's no loss. I can just have it instantiate where it's not gonna crash. Hey, Slab. Voices cooked. We lost 10-3 and the bastard gingered our goalie. Oh, wait. You were the one yelling your voice out for the local hockey team. 1.6 lines of code is insane in a week. That's just the main. That's just the main. All these other ones, all these pop-ups and everything are also here. So, like these guys, which are a few hundred each. The secret is vibe coding. The secret is saying, ChatGPT, write me a function that does this, and then it does it. Whenever I try to get AI to help me code something for a microcontroller, it always, like, makes shit up. It is way better at writing shit for Godot. It's made mistakes that I've had to fix, for sure. And, like, you have to know what you're fucking doing, because if you tell it, make me a game that does this, it's not gonna fucking do that right. You have to know, like, okay, make a data structure, you know, make it work into this structure and shit. But if you know what you're doing, you can get it to do busy work type coding for you. It's because it's very Python-like. That totally works. Organize the script files you get. These are all the UI ones. Originally, I didn't realize there's going to be so many. Is it Grok? No, it's GPT 5.4. Try Claude with GSD added. It's really scary how good it is. I've never used Claude because everyone says it's expensive. But I think that that's the one that more people use. How many if-then statements do you have? Not a lot. A lot of match statements. This is just a case. This is just a switch case, I'm pretty sure. Like all this, like checking the harvester line for mineable cells so that it can mine in a single straight file line. Saved me a lot of time by writing this shit, man. Then all I had to do was get these functions in line, and then I could have it set up to mine. It runs out fast on the $20 a month plan. Yeah, I get like 3,000 thinking messages a week. The Thinker with GPT Plus. And I am using the thinking ones because those are the ones that actually evaluate context. Now, I will say, though, they fucking switched me up. I was getting it. I was like, dude, it's really sucking now. What is it doing? It's just making up the names of like structs and stuff. I keep saying structs. I think it's called a resource in Godot. I was like, what is it doing, man? Fired clicking the harvester line for mineable cells in game advertising. Yeah, you're not going to use this in game advertising, you idiot. What are you talking about? That's back-end code. It's really expensive, and Anthropic may go under sooner or later because they've been blacklisted by the government. All this shit needs to not be blacklisted by the government to run, bro, because it's fucking, it's, like, not profitable at all. The tendency to optimistic hallucinations is funny. Well, that's why I said, like, you need still, even if you're using, AI to assist your coding, you still need to fucking know what you're doing. Because if you just tell it to write something and you don't give it any restraints, or you don't tell it how to structure, like, the back end, like, part of it, it's gonna write code that, if it works, is not written to expand or adapt at all. It is not like doing that. Sora AI closed down. No, how am I gonna get my fucking Instagram Reels feed's gonna be decimated? Not actually, no. Thank fucking God. The only thing AI should be used for is writing code and, like, data sorting. AI should only be used to do non-creative things that I don't want to do. We can get robots washing dishes and doing chores, then I'll be happy. I don't want that shit to make art for me. That's the part I want to do. Disney backed out of the deal too? Good. That shit was stupid. I don't know why they were even entertaining the idea to begin with. I like the videos of the dogs ringing doorbells and exploding. The first one I saw was funny because it was unexpected. After like the 200th one, I was like, alright, it's good. Vibe coding is revenge for annoying CS students. I'm not giving, okay, that, I will say, as much as I dislike AI art output, that tweet that's like, AI tools are gifts given to us from the Lord as punishment for Twitter artists being really fucking annoying. That's funny. That tweet's funny. I'm not gonna lie. They were kind of spitting. Anytime a single video pops, there's an infinite number of copies within the hour. Yeah, and often the copies don't fucking get what the original was about, because it's made by some guy in fucking Bangladesh that wants his 0.2 cents of ad revenue, because he can live for 3 months on it. Dude, did you see that Twitter is, they're testing a thing now where they're gonna stop paying... They're gonna stop paying ad rev on tweets about politics if the person making the tweet doesn't live in the country that the politics are about. That's fucking gas. I hope they do it. Site's about to get 10 times better if that's the case. No more, like, third world rage bait, click farm shit. If they also roll out the country filter... Oh man, they've been throwing that one around too. People are absolutely gonna use it to be kind of racist. So they might not end up going through it. But man, you can really filter like 90% of the slop with that. They just VPN that shit. If you VPN it, it knows, and it puts a little asterisk next to your country of origin where it's like, we don't know if this is real. Because it's definitely a VPN. Ban US from feed? Me and the US ban the US from feed? That would be crazy. I wonder what I'd get. I'm blocking every region except Africa and getting exclusive Nigerian posting in my feed. Ever since I watched that video with the... Ever since I watched that video that was like the African cooking, where they're like, thank God I'm in South Africa, bro. And they're making like the green cauldron. Ever since I watched that and then like liked it and added it to my bookmarks, I just randomly get Africa posts, and it's hilarious because I'll be like, what is this? What are they talking about? And then I'll realize, oh wait, this is some like local thing that's happening in like Zimbabwe or something. It's kind of awesome. You could never get me to ban that region. I only want tweets from Pacific Island micronations. I have too much VTuber overlap, and Southeast Asians have the worst VTuber takes. I don't know if I could withstand a concentrated Southeast Asian feed. Let's add a recipe for the drying rack. Range banning, C would improve many places. They're the first to go. You guys are way meaner. I just don't want their VTuber takes. Because they love that idol stuff, which I'm not into as much. They're the ones that like go on like a spurg out whenever like one of the HoloLive members says something that implies they might have been within 10 foot of a man once. That's a certified fucking Southeast Asian moment. Man, there's people from other regions, don't get me wrong, that do the same. But man, there's a concentration there for sure. Banning India from my timeline, and then suddenly none of my Gooner tubers have any replies to their posts. The botting. Yeah, can I get one that hides all the likes from certain regions? Blocking the third world, and then suddenly a couple people I follow have no likes on their posts because they're all fucking bot farmed. Oh no, bro. There's probably some domestic bot farms in the US, I'll be honest. It's not... That's something that you can make, like, some amount of money doing if you have enough. We were to make sprites. Is there a specific size you want? Machines are 64 by 64. Mining machines, like that go in the side margins, are 64 tall, 32 wide. Icons, like that are in the inventory, are 32 by 32. And, I think most other things are 32 by 32. Blocks are 32 by 32 as well. Finally, by banning everyone from every other country, my Oshi will only see me and her replies. Yeah, but it wouldn't, like, block them from seeing the posts. You just wouldn't see them. Can you write that and pin it in the thread Discord later? Banning third world click farms would drastically increase the value of US clicks, so people would be running bot maps to make click farms in the US. I can tell you right now, there's kind of a... There's already, like, an unspoken thing where if Because I've talked to other YouTubers about this now. Now my YouTube channel is big enough that other people who are professional, quote-unquote professional YouTubers will talk shop with me occasionally. And something that I didn't even think about, I've literally never thought about at all, is that it's really good that the majority of my audience is from the United States. For not really good like in a empirical sense, but for a making money on YouTube sense. It's incredibly good to have a majority United States audience. And a lot of people go out of their way to try to like market more to the US if their audience starts leaning to non-US. EU and US has absolutely the highest CPM by like a considerable amount. It's not even close. If you get big on like, if you get big in like, I don't know, the Philippines or something, like you're cooked. You can't, no one will sign you an ad deal. You have to have like a 50%. There's some advertisers where if your US percentage is under 50, they just will not sign with you. What about China? YouTube isn't legally allowed in China, so all those guys are using VPNs. It's not even a region on the map. VTubers will sometimes start glazing the US semi-regularly as they get larger. I imagine that's why. Nah, it's probably because we're the best country on the planet. When it comes to like donations, that's not really what you do. VTubers make most of their money from donos, not ad rev. This is much more of a people that make like structured videos kind of thing. If you're big in Vietnam, you could go to Vietnam and be treated like a celebrity. The whole big in Japan thing. Okay, that is true. Who is that, what's his name? Is it Uncle Roger? The guy that gets mad at people for making rice wrong? He's like a big fucking deal in, I think, China. Like he's a big YouTuber here, but he's like giga popular in China. Like, he goes there and he's like a celebrity people meet because he's such a big deal. How do you adjust where your audience is based? So here's where you start getting... Here's where you start getting the sketchy thing. If you don't like where your audience is based, you don't really have a lot of control over it. So if you wanna influence it, you can start with a little more diplomatic approach where you start making your stuff, you start making more references to Western things to make your content less relatable to someone who's not in the West. But often what you do is, you just start banning, like, anyone that talks in a language from a country that you're overrepresented in. Or blocking words that they would use. Until you start hitting the percentage that you want. If you want to see who's trying to influence their audience to become more Western, go in the comments, drop a Brazil flag emoji, India flag emoji, Pakistan flag emoji, Philippines flag emoji, see if your shit gets shadow banned. You can find out pretty fucking fast if someone's trying to fucking nudge their shit over. Be Spanishing at 40k live viewers. Some of the biggest streamers on Twitch are Spanish channels. Also, like, in science and tech, one of the biggest streamers is a German channel. Because I'm always like, what the hell? 'Cause I'll check like category stat on it and be like, dude, there's some guy who's super popular in here and I've never heard of him. Oh, they only stream in German. Oh. How do you know if you're shadow banned? If you post your comment and then it doesn't show up. You have to go on a different account to see. YouTube doesn't ban outright anything. They'll make you, like, even in chat, in live stream chat, they make you think that you've posted, but you haven't actually posted. Some people also, for what it's worth, some people just ban all the flag emojis because they don't want that kind of energy. That's another common thing. What kind of game are you making? I'm making a crafting incremental game. Guy who's learned about shadow bans. Who's that engineering channel? I'm not telling you who's trying to swing their audience around. It's several that I know that have had to be like, oh yeah, I had to make my shit appeal a little more to Western audiences because I want to actually be able to get ad deals. Don't want to have a miniature Yugoslav war? The blanket ban of every Eastern European flag is not done for any advertising purpose. It's, that's done to stop people from threatening to kill each other in your comments section. Twitch also has global shadow bans. Yeah, but Twitch also has normal bans. Like when I ban someone, they know they're banned. No, in real life. This has happened to me several times because I sleep with Twitch on. No, Angroro, you're visible here. Shadow bans are global, unless you have other, like, accounts. Imagine needing a flag to want to kill someone. I want to kill people on the line, online all the time, and I don't know where they're from. Don't know if YouTube doesn't have real bans because they still want engagement or if they cannot program a real ban. I don't really know. I think it might be that they want a banned chatter to still count for engagement. It also might be that they don't want the heat of, or like the people that use it don't want the heat of people getting mad at being banned. Because people get indignant when they get banned in Twitch chat, which, I mean, understandably, I guess. But like, on YouTube, they just don't know. I told you guys about, I saw the thread on Twitter of the HoloLive fan who was like, there's some bug on YouTube. I've been a big fan of Crony for years, and none of my chats are showing up in the on screen. I think that there's a bug with YouTube where it's blocking out my chat specifically. As like, dog, I'm not gonna tell him. I'm not gonna tell him. And then all the comments, there's so many comments under it that were like, yeah, and they'd be called, the account would be called like fucking Wargura Enjoyer or some shit. And they'd be like, yeah, for the last year that Gura streamed, I noticed the same on her account. And it's like, oh no, bro. Don't tell him, don't tell him. It's actually tragic. If I found out that my favorite streamer that I had a dedicated hype account for fucking shadow ban me for doing something, it'd be over, man. That's tragic. Damn, that's crazy. They should fix that bug. I can't believe I've been banned for posting a long string of slurs. For what it's worth, with those guys, they probably aren't posting slurs. They're probably posting like, VTuber, could you please go on a date with me? Or some shit like that. Probably not that, but something that's a little too parasocial, because the mods tend to be a little picky. Just because people can get really weird really fast. My dog died. Let's go. There's a weird trend with ex-virus VTuber accounts to one went political. I know what you're talking about. You guys remember any VTuber watchers here? Remember the Clipper? There was a Clipper like in 2020 for HoloLive that they got like 100K subs, and then they started having a like woman voiceover in their videos that was probably like someone they hired on Fiverr, but then people started simping because it was a woman voice, and then they tried to like debut as a VTuber, but I think that they hired like I don't think it was the actual Clipper. I think they hired the woman that they used to voice the videos. Do you remember? Does anyone here remember that? Does anyone remember this? It was a crazy move. And they streamed for like a week or something, and then they gave it up. I want to say they didn't stream very long before people got tired of it. I remember that. Bodega, you were there, surely. You've been around long enough. Zintreya, you don't know enough about this. You don't need to contribute here. Zintreya is fucking original. She's been around since like before VTubers took off. No, this is someone that you were only knowing if you were like into this shit in 2020. I can't remember what they were called. They were fuck, I don't remember what they were called. But they had a logo that looked like the Pepsi logo. Zintreya isn't a VTuber since it's 3D. I love that I have a non-VTuber. I have both VTuber and non-VTuber audience. So I get takes like, Zintreya isn't a VTuber since it's 3D. You couldn't fathom the takes that I would be getting on that industry in this chat. Don't be ragging him. It's just like not knowing it, man. It's just funny. That's probably like, I mean, if you go outside of the bubble of like even people here, if you ask a random like guy that watches like Kai Cenat or something about VTubers, they'll be like, none of them are even women. It's all guys with voice changers, which is not true. That's like maybe the biggest commonality lie. But it is hilarious that the average child thinks it's more likely that a guy would change their voice to become a VTuber. They think that's more likely than a woman not wanting to show their face. And it's the most repeated thing. There's been like 1 or 2 cases where it actually happened. But it's like 99% of VTubers are just women. That's not the average child, that's a bunch of adults too. Yeah, I should say it's the average like outsider take. Just read the comments anytime a VTuber gets featured on Dexerto. They don't understand why women don't want to show their face. Literally just find any woman on Twitch and go in their chat and you can probably figure it out pretty fast. Don't use a voice changer if you're streaming. Legitimately. Just if you want the privacy, just don't stream. It's not worth it. I don't watch Hollow too active. I love Fuamoko and Bibu. Bibu is great. I don't really watch Fuamoko, but like they're probably the most like the JP streamers that are in the English side. I thought that it was extending the "there's no women on the internet" joke. For some people, maybe it is, but there's absolutely a lot of people that believe that genuinely. And then they'll be like, look, here's this clip from 2019, where a guy using a Japanese dude with really bad audio, so you can tell that his voice wasn't real, was revealed to be a man. And it's like, they act like that was like this big reveal that like fucking shook... like, oh, that was like this big thing. Oh, he fooled all these people. But he didn't even fool all these people. He was streaming in Japanese as a Babaniku, which is a man with a woman avatar. Like, he wasn't posing as a woman. He was posing as a man with a woman character. But people post that clip and have for the last 6 years as like, the gotcha! Look at this! This is every single one of you guys is like this. It's like, that's pretty crucial info that it actually wasn't. You're gonna have a really hard time, like, fooling people. You can fool people in a video, but fooling people every single day for multiple hours that you stream is way, way harder. Whoa, people online are stupid. I think it's more that they're just like not in the know. Porcelain Maid has this, but constantly on every stream. Yeah, and Joel doesn't even try to fucking hide. Like, he's also very prominently like, I'm just a guy and I have a woman model because he has like some lore and shit. Coochie Smoochie, welcome to the stream. There's also like one Filipino guy who didn't talk. Most recent case of dude with voice changer was a VTuber. I forgot about that. But they got outed like immediately. They literally got outed week 1, man. That shit collapsed. So many. Don't even get me on the, what's the plan for today? No plan for today. No stream later this evening. We're just doing this one. I'm yapping right now. Week 1 speed run. That whole group collapsed. I mean, the whole group's like bit was that they were edgy. People really, there's a subset. I'm talking about all this shit that's not going to mean anything except the people who are in like the VTubing sphere. So my condolences to all the normal people in chat who have no bearing on any of this. But like, there is like this trend. There is like this trend where it's like, oh wait, I get a lot of money if I like grift as being edgy. So then they just lean into being like as edgy as possible. But like, it's fallen apart for almost everyone that's tried it. And I think that it like comes from a false. They'll see someone who genuinely is just like someone who's like unhinged, and they'll and will sometimes be edgy, and they'll be like, oh, that person's popular because they're edgy, and it's like, no, they're popular because they're funny. Like, the edgy part is not the part that's making them popular. It's the fact that they're actually hilarious, or like they have tapped into actually like understanding the audience that they cater to because they have the same opinions or they have the same like vibe. And then when you try to ape that, you completely miss that, and you just end up creating like this sort of hollow interpretation of it. I already have a fucking crafting recipe for this shit. Damn, imagine. Pippa Smug. They all want to be Pippa, and they all think Pippa is popular because she's edgy. Which, one, she's not even that edgy. Like, she'll occasionally say something that you couldn't say if you were in, like, HoloLive or something. But, like, nothing really that crazy. And then not only do they get that wrong, but then they think she's popular because of that. And it's like, no, she's not. She's popular because she's fucking funny. And if you look at her streams compared to like a normal, like another VTuber, like take another random indie, and their streams is like, tonight we're playing this game, and then tonight we're playing this game, and then look at hers, and she's had all these like running gimmicks and bits that are like genuinely thought out and constructed to be like great entertainment. And it's like, yeah, most people don't do that. That's why she's popular. Not because she makes like jokes that are slightly edgy sometimes. I make jokes that are slightly edgy sometimes. Like I don't think that's why people watch me though. But then there's so many people, they want to be her. They want to ape that phenotype because they see that audience and they're like, oh, that her audience is so loyal and they love her so much. Oh, I want to be like that. And she's edgy, so I'm just gonna be edgy. But then they don't do any of the stuff that actually makes her fun. They don't get it. They don't understand. That's a lot of streaming and YouTube stuff, though. Most people don't understand what makes something actually interesting. Didn't think we'd be having the VTuber rants. He'll watch you because you do crazy shit? Exactly! You're funny, but the edgy is spice. I'm not being edgy for the hell of it. And I think that being edgy for the hell of it is kind of cringe, honestly. But sometimes, like, to tell a joke, you have to have a little bit of spice to it. Being too safe and you're not funny. But being like, I don't know, trying to be divisive for the hell of it is like, yeah, you can do better than that. Pirate software using a voice changer? He doesn't use a fucking voice changer. Do people believe that too? That was something when people were hating on him, they were trying to get moving, I remember. No, dude. I've talked to him in person. He does just sound like he does on stream. I fucking promise you. I promise you he sounds like that in person. I think that he just started speaking in a lower register over time because he liked how it sounded. You realize I could wake up one day and be like, alright, I'm now going to stream talking like this all the time. And like, this is in my natural register. I can talk like this and only like this every stream if I wanted to. But I don't. I like talking in my higher register. Some people just change how they be presenting themselves, man. It's called Day 10 of the subathon. Yeah, they say he uses a voice changer, then they watch Northern Lion go from frat boy to his current voice. Okay, hang on. Any of you guys Northern Lion enjoyers, have you heard early Northern Lion? He literally sounds like a fucking different guy. It's hilarious. And I'm not even talking like, I've been watching NL since 2014, because I got into Binding of Isaac, and he was like the guy for that. I'm not even talking about 2014 NL. I'm talking about like 2019 Northern Lion. He sounds completely different. And it's just because he talks in a higher register. And then now on his streams, he's talking more in the lower register, like this. Obviously, my voice doesn't sound like him, but it's the same, like, thing. I've only seen the clip of him when he was in esports. Esports Northern Lion isn't real. He can't hurt you. We've already got a drying rack craft, and all we need to do is make the recipe. It would be a crafting recipe. Wait, he is bald? Guys, I'm gonna have to stop watching Northern Lion. I just realized that he's fucking bald. No, not crafting recipe, sorry, cancel. Resource, it would be material deal. Material data. Dry. Tobacco. I can't watch one Northern Lion or Mike. Slab is also bald. He wears a wig under the mask to disguise himself. Uwo, are you bald? No, I have long hair. But I will go bald when I start losing that hairline. I think I actually... We need to go to the bald bar in Final Fantasy VII. Is that real? Mike was born bald. He isn't even bald yet. He's like starting to bald, but he's not that bald. Simply get a hair implant in Turkey. Guys, people always be asking, would you go bald for millions of dollars? But I got a follow-up question for you. What is the least amount of money you would go bald forever for? If someone was like, $100,000, but you have to be bald forever, would you do it? That's a lot of money. And all people who are already balding, you don't get to say. You get no say. If you're a Norwood 2 or higher, you don't get to vote in this. 5K? $100? What do you mean you don't care? I have a full head of long hair and 5K. You have to be bald forever. Not just shave your head. You have to be bald for the rest of your life. Don't care? Do you realize guys that are bald lose their fucking shit, man? You guys are you're selling your hairline for $5,000? What are you doing? What's a Norwood 2? Jamie, pull up the fucking bald chart. Hang on a second. Alright, hang on a second. This is the Norwood chart. If you're a 3 or higher, you don't get to comment on this. Bald people are crazy, untrustworthy, or evil. Simple Flips confirmed hates Northern Lion. Also, Simple Flips, how's it going? I look weird as hell bald. My head, I would look like fucking Megamind. I would look like albino Yakub if I went bald. My head's huge. I respect a good, evil, and untrustworthy man. That's awesome. My family history is anything to go on. My hairline will be fine for a long while. Yeah, I got pretty good, I got a pretty good roll of the genetics on this one. I'm hoping it holds out. My dad's almost 60 and he's not bald yet. He ain't even past 1 on here, man. I gotta get that kind of luck, but I think it comes from the mom's side. I can see Northern Lion doing that fingertip thing with a good evil laugh. Oh my gosh. Let me tell you, as a guy who is balding, before I started balding, I just buzz cut my hair every month. Once I started balding, that was completely different. Going temporary bald is not the same as permanent. Well, my hypothetical is, what amount of money would it take for you to go permanently bald? Like you have to shave your head immediately and your hair will never grow back. That's the hypothetical. Yo, Silent Dogging, thank you so much for the T3! The 9 months of T3, holy shit, man. Have you looked at this yet? For the assets. Cartographyassets.com. No, I haven't. Cartography assets. Could I even use this? Like, legally? Alright, that's pretty cool. There's a lot on here. Yeah, that was a high tier fart, for sure. That Seinfeld episode where Elaine had to break up with the guy with the shaved bald head because part of it was actually bald. I don't think I've seen that Seinfeld. Not sure commercially because it's a D&D asset library. It's cool that it exists. I would pay $100K to get my hair back permanently. I ain't taking $100K to go bald forever. There's no amount of money that would convince me. Really, $10 million? You can retire right now. You never have to work again. But you're like, nah, I need my hair. I'd go bald for $10 million. I would go bald for I can retire now money. I don't mind looking like the bald fucker. Call me Howie Mandel. I'm gonna be rolling fat and be bald. Do you get to keep or obtain a beard? Yeah, you can have all other hair on your body, just not the head. Guess I could get a good wig for that amount. Is there a rule that you can't wear wigs? You can wear hats, but you gotta be like proudly bald. The main thing is that you can't get hair transplants. Also, just incidentally, in addition to the can't get hair transplants rule, you're also banned from entering the country of Turkey at all. When you take this. Will you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs? You can't even grow a beard? Dude, I literally said yes, you can. What are you talking about? That was like one of the... What the fuck? Ace Sprite. Fucking up. Well, that person already lives in Turkey. They get extradited. Sorry, them's the rules. You gotta move out of Turkey. You have to move out of Turkey and into a country that is considered not as good as Turkey. Exiled plus bald. So any other country? Least nationalistic Turk in chat. Can you grow a ZZ top beard? My shit stops at a certain length. I have to shave constantly or it gets long as hell. I start looking Amish. I don't want that fucking Amish fit, bro. That's a little too far. Here's the alcohol sprites. Hang on. And we also have, there we go. Let's say we have the drug sprites. Is this the tobacco? I think it might be. I'm gonna use it as my pre and post dried tobacco. Duck Dynasty beard, dude. Duck Dynasty, the show, when that shit was popping off, that hit Appalachia like crack cocaine hit New York City slums in the fucking 80s, bro.
I haven't been here in a couple week. WTF is happening?
Oh, we're making a game. Me and chat collectively. Going to the state fair. This was back when I lived in West Virginia. Going to the West Virginia State Fair during peak Duck Dynasty was like, it was an experience. Everyone, it was literally like a third of every attendant was wearing Duck Dynasty merch. I'm not exaggerating at all. It was I've never seen such a cohesive, like, trend happen in Appalachia. But for Duck Dynasty. Camo suits everywhere. That was already pretty common for what it's worth. Are fans making the sprites? Some people are, yeah. We're using assets, mostly. But some people have made sprites. These drug sprites are made by... Chatter. Here, let's make one for the normal tobacco as well. That's just living in the South? Oh, with the camo fit? Yeah. And then... let's do one for the cigarette as well. Not ready for the rest of these yet. I have to scale these up because they're scaled for 32 by 32. But 16 by 16 is completely fine. I can scale them up pretty easy. You find the UI being too small. You can scale it up in the settings in case you didn't know. For Asperite? Hang on, I don't find it too small, but I bet you guys do, because you're seeing it not on this big monitor. Preferences. UI element scaling. 200%. Apply. Oh, okay, hang on. I bet you guys could see that better, right? Is that better? It is indeed a bunch of tiny boxes. Yeah. The main thing I wanted you to be able to see is the sprite. It's not as important you see all the other shit, but that was what I wanted you to see. Okay, now if I get close... I'm not increasing it again. It's fucking massive on my screen now. I can increase the text size on this too, but that actually gets, like, pretty hard for me to keep track of at that point. Did you see this cute cows I made? Yeah, I did. Those are on the chart. I just don't have... One, I don't have the farm, like, the animal part. And also, I don't have the... I don't have NPCs in general yet. Like the sprites for them. I have the systems for, like, the mining that uses NPCs. I just haven't, I haven't set that up yet. Keep the code small. What is this fucking emote? Soyo stuff? Soya has great emotes. Every artist that streams has like the best emotes of all time, dog. It's readable now. Alright, good thing we got that other one on. If you need some help automating that stuff, I did it a while back. Yeah, you did Noida mods, didn't you? If I'm remembering right, Whoa. I remember you were like, I made an amazing emote pack. Can you add it to your stream? And it was like 1,000 emotes, and they were all like Noida like wand modifiers. And I was like, no, I'm not adding that. It was like literally designed, I think, so that chatters can most accurately backseat a streamer playing Noida. I don't know if there's a single streamer in existence that wants that, but they do exist, thanks to Wuo. Install it and auto-mute anyone typing them in. Perfect backseaters pack, dude. You'd be surprised how many channels one-click added 400 plus Noida emotes for active backseating. That's crazy. What the fuck? I was like, dude, I'm not playing Noida on stream, but also, like, I would never want chat to have this power. If you do want chat to have that power, you're the only man who would make an emote pack like that. That's crazy. Is this game going to be a website kind of thing or an EXE server join kind of thing? It's going to be like a web... It's going to be either or web game, Steam release. One of the two. I'll see how well it works on web. You can see I'm running to render this shit in compatibility, which is pretty fine for 2D graphics, I think. Noida is one of the best backseating games. I would never play it on stream. I've never even played Noida, man. But it looks fun. I know someone I know is really, really good at it. Plays at it. The assets aren't huge. It would be totally fine in browser. I'm more concerned of what it's gonna be like with when you have a loaded tile map that you put like a ton of machines in. I feel like it's gonna start slogging the browser. I think it's gonna be, if we get it to the point where we can release it, I'll release it on Steam, but then the browser version will be like the demo effectively. Like, yeah, you can play here, but it's gonna lag out a bit when you start getting it bigger. Release the game on itch.io. Could do that as well, yeah. Your game state is all text. That's like Strux, so yeah. Good to know there's an Asprite command line interface, though. I haven't fucked with that at all. Dry tobacco, add icon, cannot generate in the mine. Cannot be, well, give it like a very little amount of energy, so if you put it in a furnace, it can burn. That's what that's for. Do I have normal tobacco on here? Tobacco raw. Yeah, get rid of this sprite and add in my tobacco icon. Also, add item cigarette. Apparently, Entity Component System is super popular in game dev because it offers insane flexibility. Of course, he's adding SIGs. Yeah, this is like one of the main reasons of having chat interact is that you can tell me to add items to the game, and as long as the craft path isn't too long out of the main, I'm willing to add stuff. Sure. What does it look like so far? I'll show it again here in a bit. When I start it up. For a slight performance boost. Ooh. Alright, drying rack recipes. Tobacco drying. Craft resulting material. Dry tobacco. Resulting quantity 1. Recipe ID. Dry. Go. Craft. Ingredients. 1. Tobacco raw. Add a spice rack blueprint as an unusable item. Do you have a crafting table and upgrades? There's no crafting table. You craft in your inventory, and then you can assign machines or workers to craft things for you. The main difference on this, I mean, there's many differences, but compared to, like, Factorio and similar Factorio-esque things, is that all your tier 1 stuff is workers. Like, you have a labor force, and what I'm implementing next is gonna basically be like a mood, like a global mood of your labor force. So that's what I'm wanting to add in next here. How do you get workers? So, generally the idea... Where's my, Oh, fuck off, dog. I fucking hate this site. Here. Why are the controls for Magma so unintuitive? Yes, rasterize, so you never fucking ask me again. Jeez, man. Alright. Alright. So, the general idea here is that in the main, like, grass area... Dude, where's the color picker? Oh, it's over here. In, like, the main, grass area, you're gonna start, and I'm thinking maybe that this is important enough that I think I'll have... Because, like, the plan, and I haven't added this yet, but I've got sprites for it. It's to have a little guy down here. This is your guy, and he has, like, a mood that he shows. Does this have anything to the game? Not at all. Literally... Literally just there for vibes. So, here, you have a little guy down here that's, like, just there to show, like, show, like, current mood. But I think I think up here in the top, maybe we'll have like a workforce. Like a workforce that's supposed to be like a little like guy icon. And then maybe here like a power draw meter. I'm kind of wondering what to do about the power draw because at any given time we have an instantaneous idea of how much power is being produced versus how much is being drawn. And I think it would be pretty good to show the percentage where it's like percentage drawn versus percentage used. So basically, this would be the amount of total, and then it would have a red bar that goes up, like, depending on how much of your current capacity. Why is that? That's not red. There we go. And then up here, you have your workforce, which would be, I don't know, it'd be represented by a number. So it'd be like, I don't know, 128 or some shit. This is your workers. And then down here, like under here, whoop, and it'd be like a little, like, lightning bolt for your power. I don't know. This is theoretical. I haven't added this part yet. Because I haven't really been sure how I want to do it. And adding the meter, like the back end for it's already there. But the idea would be that you get workers by building houses in your main, like, green space. So when you build like a house, or I guess you would build, maybe not like a house, but like a condo, like an apartment. Yeah, you build like a complex. You could start with houses. Build like a complex, and then that adds like, I don't know, fucking 20 workers or something. And then each machine has either a power cost or a worker cost. And then basically they'll run for as long as you have workers, but you can't install more machines when you don't have the workers for them. A prison, a commune? You guys are being too doomer with this. It's a commie block. Add capitalism. I mean, that's basically what we're doing. So this is your number, but then in the background, you have like a mood meter. Is the idea. And this is like, you know, this shows the current mood of your workers. Starts out at like 50%, which is like true neutral. And then going under a certain amount, I think, should cause them to stop working. And then going over a certain amount causes them to work. It gives like machine buffs. Like maybe all production goes up by like 10% or something. Right? Add other industries or things to compete with. Well, so one other thing I'm thinking is because you have mining down here, you have farming up here. This is like the main, and then you have your machines and stuff here. Your different machines. And what I'm wondering is, should I make one cohesive workforce for your entire thing? Or should I make separate ones for farming, mining, whatever? But the problem is if I make separate
Currently
ones...
watching this stream from a rooftop while working. Happy 7 months, fucker.
Oh, Matt Ace of Spades, thank you so much for the 7 months. If I make multiple... workforces, how do I split them? Because you don't have building space on these other ones, and if I add building space, you're gonna be limited on how many you can even build because they're single non-scrollable. Like this one, you can at least like fucking scroll like forward on, right? Add a school. Well, okay, so that's an idea. So the other stat I was thinking is so you have quantity, satisfaction level, and then also education level. And I'm thinking that there's certain things that you should not be able to build unless your workers get above a certain education level. Like, maybe not on the low end. You can teach anyone to build like an engine. But once you start getting to where you're like moving up the tech tree and you need people running like silicon lithography machines, maybe you need to put in like a school, you know? And it should probably work up like basic school. Okay, now they know how to read, so they can, maybe then they can build like steam engines. But then like to build like silicate stuff, you need like a university, and then eventually like a graduate university. Get a certificate to run a forklift. If you split them, it adds more to the worker functions. You can have different building types for certain areas, so fishers would need upgraded fisher huts and so forth. Otherwise, it would be incredibly simple. Well, see, I see what you're saying, but you're saying it in more of like an individual buff type way, and I'm talking about in an overall game management type way. Like having to build the houses, I think should only be on this screen. I don't think I should have to build houses. If I have to build houses way up here in the garden section, now I need to like if I gotta expand this so you can scroll on the garden section too? Like, is that how we're gonna do it? And then it's like you gotta communicate to the player, no, you can't build a machine up here, bro. This is only for building the garden worker homes and nothing else. So that's kind of the problem that I have with it. But maybe we could do that anyway. I don't know, man. Then like the miners, what do you do for that? They're underground. Do you have them in like a cave? Some of that would be cool. I think maybe having, here's what I'm thinking I'll do, because there are universal buffs, right? Like if you give, so here's the other thing with the satisfaction meter. A lot of how you meter the satisfaction, it's not with work, it's with food, which you grow in the garden area. So I'm thinking you have basically like a food bank here, and your workers will burn more food the more of them there are, but you can also use the workers to pick the food, and you can use stuff like that to increase, so you can see how it is, right? Add renovating where it costs money to switch. There's no money in the game. There's resources, but there's not like cash, right? You're basically paying your workers with food. And different food will add different buffs universally to the page. But I'm thinking that what we could do, maybe on the mine, you have like a little underground, because this doesn't need to be expandable, right? Have the houses as a background sprite on the side of each, and they visually upgrade instead of actually placing a machine. I think I see what you're saying, because on the main section, you could need infinite amount of houses because you have infinite amount of machines, right? And each machine takes X number of workers. But on the farming and the mining, okay, I see what you're saying. On the farming and the mining ones, you only at most need 32 machines worth of workers. Because you go around the machine, right? Or you go around the grid. There's only so many grid spaces. So you could have like, I don't know, fucking caves for them to live in over here. That you have to level up your mining operations. At some point though, the idea is that eventually the machines, you get enough that you no longer need a workforce. Your workforce, you need the most workforce at the beginning of the game. And then as the game goes on, the workforce becomes less important. You have all these machines building things for you that require less. You need to have the higher educated ones, but you don't need like a bunch of manual laborers. And you'll need generally less, because you're only gonna need a couple to run like the high-end stuff. Fuck, that's just like real life, bro. Mining gets pretty fast once you get explosives. Yeah, well that's the thing, is you upgrade the mining huts around it. Are you evolving the people or are you evolving the tools or both? The people, okay, the workers are more just a make sure you have them kind of thing. Like, you just need to make sure you have enough workers is the main deal. And then you can feed the workers things, or you can give them, like, consumable items that will buff your production. So, like, a machine, like, if I hand out, and how much you have to give will be proportionate to how much workers are in the thing. So there'll be crafting recipes, but they'll be dependent on your worker number. Which is why we have stuff like cigarettes. You can be like, give your workers cigarettes. Okay. Then in the game code, you'll have cigarette gives 5% production speed boost. It'll give a 5% speed boost. But you need 2 cigarettes per person per however many ticks of the game. And then that will get internally multiplied by how many workers you have. Add nerd glasses that increase intelligence. On the underground, like in the mining ones, like if we go with this system, you would have a spot to the left where you have to click and put in a house. We'll say each house houses... Yeah. Okay, this is not a bad idea. We'll say each house houses, 4. Or no, 8. 8 people. 8 people per living quarter. You have to build one, to be able to fill out one side of the grid, which will make you fully automated. And then you can build up to 4, which will give you 32 workers, which is enough to work all the machines. If you make it so one of the cooking recipes is a lollipop and you can craft with like a fan part or something, combines into a propeller hat and boosts mood. I don't know, we'll see about that one. We need to implement the worker system first. The main thing that I'm not looking forward to here, because I don't really know how to do it, is the actual like sprites for this. Like, I want workers on the grid mining, and it doesn't have to line up with what literal tiles are being mined. Especially once it starts going faster, it's gonna look really silly if it does. Which isn't a bad thing. But, I'm like, if I have workers, I want them to kind of be loitering around the machines. Like, basically doing idle poses around the machines. And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know how to do that. I also don't know how to do it without tanking the performance. I'm gonna have to... That's gonna require me actively doing a little legwork to figure out how to implement that. I've had a pretty good idea of how to do the back end for the rest of the game. I played a city sim game with this exact UI. The UI looks horrible right now. But I'm focusing less on how it looks and more on just it being functional so we can get all the mechanics in place. Once we have a fully fleshed out mechanic set, then we can start, you know, cleaning things up, making them look a little nicer. Same with the sprites. Just don't render people at all. Well, that's the thing, is we don't really need them. But it would be really nice looking to have them. Which is why it's probably going to be like one of the later things that I do. Side sprites for houses would be nice because you can have them go in and out of the houses for idling. It will reduce resources when they leave. Side sprites for the houses. Okay. 1 second. I gotta piss and I'm gonna get more coffee. So give me a couple minutes. Like, it blows my mind that people always ask. People always ask what the song is. You guys have never heard Tub Thumping by Chubbawamba? That shit was banging years and years ago. And hang on. I actually set up a Nightcore playlist on my YouTube Music just for this fucking stream. Because we listen to Nightcore so much. Here we go, baby.
Did you wash your hands?
Yes, that's why it took so long. Also, I went and got coffee, like I said I was going to. Never heard it before watching this channel. Surprised you chose a British song? Yeah, I wanted something that sucked ass. No, I'm just kidding. Barry Blushy, welcome to the stream. Also, Takashi, thank you for the bits. Says a guy didn't understand Under Pressure. Didn't recognize Under Pressure. Yeah, sorry, I didn't know that one. I'm not a Queen head. Tub Thumping was the 2000s version of Under Pressure. Will you shut up? George Beatles? Okay, that one's actually embarrassing. I have literally no excuse. Hey, what else was supposed to be on the drying rack? Oh, hemp. I'm not getting any hemp seeds. Did I forget to put those in? Hemp seeds? Can generate in mine. On. Am I getting tobacco seeds? Oh my gosh, that's why they aren't fucking generating. I'm still traumatized by the 3 a.m. subway. I fear I haven't had a sub since. Nightcore is largely complete dog shit. Yeah, no shit. It's literally like... It's literally sloppa to put on in the background while I'm fucking programming. Subway isn't even good when it's not 3 a.m. But for some reason, if you live in a small town in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, it's like one of a handful of restaurants that will probably be there. To throw back to 2015 when I thought Nightcore was a musical artist. Nightcore was essential to the subathon. I got that small town buttfuck nowhere Subway can confirm. Dude, yeah, Subway for some reason. I think it's because it's in gas stations. Subway and Pizza Hut. Essential to the middle of nowhere. You made shit for door dashing Subway at 3 a.m. I remember now. I like vaguely remember 3 a.m. Subway. I forgot you door dashed it. Dude, forget. Sometimes it's like, oh, they're gonna spit in your food if they give it to you. Bro, they took a full-on dump on that Subway sandwich before sending it out at 3 a.m. I've developed an iron stomach for when I used to eat Subway tuna sandwiches and gas station egg salad sandwiches all the time. That's crazy work. Hey, I'm sorry, I kind of got you on lock when... What was it? You said something in Discord and then people were like, kind of ragging you for it. And I was like, Ham always be like, guys, stop treating me like a cartoon character. I'm a real person. But then we'll go online and tell stories like, oh yeah, I was floating along, wafting on the smell of a delicious pie placed in someone's window when an anvil almost dropped on my head. Like, dude, that is how all her fucking stories end up going. Our Pizza Hut got shut down, so all we got is the Subway now. Damn, son. That sucks. Shot down will be crazy. My Pizza Hut got fucking drone striked on U.S. soil. Do I even have... Okay, yeah. I can dry the hemp into... Let's make hemp fibers. I don't know if I really have a good sprite for this, for hemp fibers. Here, we can use... Yeah. Let's do this, but then make it look... This looks like a dookie. Yeah. Did I just save this? No, I didn't. Save as. Next thing you know, he's gonna ask what Sheets is. Whenever I see someone come in here and say, I love Godot, it's so base, bro, I know the next off-kai just got a little bit smellier. Dude, the people coming in from the software game dev category aren't going to fucking off-kai. Except Ice Fox, maybe. Ice Fox, are you going to off-kai? You're into VTubers. Are you gonna be there? They're going to FurCon? More likely. I want to go to off-kai. Did Birdseed Chicken give you the sheets? I had to take like a Pepto-Bismol and a Tums before going to bed after that Birdseed Chicken stream. I felt like I was gonna throw up. I don't know what was going on. I might have just been from eating leftovers out of the fridge afterward. I don't know. Is off-kai actually good? It used to be. I don't know how it's going to... I'm not saying anything bad about it, but the vibe is definitely different now. If you like VTubers, it's good. I wouldn't go just for the hell of it otherwise.
Sure is quiet in here. Would you like a sample of the music I'm whipping up? Here, hold on, let me play it real quick.
Well, it's like toxic oil isn't sitting well in your stomach. He's no different from Sir Yacht. Sir Yacht shit is more is this literally just farts? Sir Yacht shit is more reasonable because he's like eating nothing but Costco for 24 hours or whatever. Mine is like eating shit fried in gutter oil to see if it kills me. It didn't even play all the farts. Where's that guy on the computer? Pull up that tweet of the guy who's like, you said fart video on OnlyFans, but I subscribed and there was no fart video. Guy filing his customer complaint with a fart fetish content creator on twitter.com. That's like one of the funniest exchanges of all time, dog, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about. Tell me I have a stream streak even though this is my first one. You got a stream streak of 1, brother. Was that fucking real? Hang on. I know I saved it.
Wasting receipt paper and internet bandwidth.
You are actually a fucker.
Wasting receipt paper and internet bandwidth.
I know I got this shit saved somewhere. Because it ended up on my timeline again recently. And I was like, oh, I gotta save that. Oh, fuck. I think I didn't save it. Damn it. Anyway, you're gonna have to imagine that you're seeing the meme. It was an exchange. It was an exchange on twitter.com of a man who's like, who literally was advertising his fucking OnlyFans. It was like fart video on OnlyFans. And then a guy whose username was like fartenjoyer69 was like, I subscribed and there was no fart video. And then he was like, you have to DM me and pay extra for it. What, you thought you were gonna get it for free
Wasting
for $3?
and internet
and then he was like, yeah, I did, because you said it was there. What's going on in this country? Like, which also leads to the question, what the fuck is the going rate for a fart video, man? I fart for free every day. Hey, UWOSLAB, what is this song? Clarity by Zed, Nightcore remix, sped up. Bro's throwing money away. Probably like 50 bucks. 50 bucks! Poor Hina's gonna be stuck in the fart trailer for weeks. That was the real sin of subjecting her to the road trip.
I got a fart video for you right here, bud.
Remember that time Amaranth made 140K on farts in jars? Okay, but that's because it's Amaranth, not because it's a fart. You know, some beauty in the eye of the beholder type shit. The real... You know, the fart value is in the eyes of the Ripper, or some shit. After eating a meat mountain, that's bound to happen. There's like a week difference between the meat mountain and the road trip. What are you talking about? The eyes of the sniffer? That literally doesn't make any sense. You don't sniff with your eyes. Hang on, slightly recolor this again to turn it into rope. We're really on the item making grind set here.
Streamer, can you put on the Fallout 4 classical radio at ham_on_ I didn't say hi back this morning.
Yeah, I should. Wait, I have no clue how much farts good for. How much farts go for. I just know Gooner, Valorant, E-Boy, Good Girl audios go for like $10 for like a minute of audio. There is no way. There is no way women are paying for that. Can I show these sprites as an example to my gastro? It's not turd, it's rope. They do. I had a homie that would sell it and his unemployed ass made bank. That's crazy. Women are making those? She said it was E-Boy and they were doing Good Girl audios, which implies it's male for female. I guess if you like look like a K-pop dude, you could probably get away with that. Also, Digitizer, thank you for the 400 bits, even though you keep interrupting me with farts. Jake Topin, thank you for the 200 bits, I appreciate you. The invisible hand of the goon market. It's not that invisible. I wish it wasn't visible. Strong rope. Strong rope. Capable of... Strong rope. Good for hog tying your mother. Not mineable. I'm gonna forget some of the fucking descriptions I put on these. Gotta find out my voice is attractive. I just left my job. You just sound like, Corpse Husband, really. Holy hog tie. Not your mother. Like. Hang on. I use it to. There. Let's add. Clarity again. I was gonna say, hang on a second. No, you're getting it twisted. The other one was Clarity. This one is Better Off Alone X Clarity sped up. Which is double because it's a remix and it's sped up. Yeah, completely different. You guys don't understand, okay? Dr. Dick Mitecore must exist. Maybe. It's not as popular of a song as a lot of these other ones. Oi, oi. You don't need an insanely deep voice. I had a bunch of twinks on Overwatch going crazy. Guy's casually flexing his fucking twink magnet voice. If early 2000s rock is divorced dad music, what kind of music is this? Music that women who are gonna ruin your life listen to.
Here Slab, I'll give you a Gooner audio for free and sign the rights over to you to monetize. Here goes.
Alright, I'm skipping the rest of that. I can literally see. I skimmed through it, I know. The only piece of wisdoms I can add to the game development. You need a crab, a capybara, or a rat. One of the three major meme animals gives an easy +5 meme purchase points. Can substitute crab for narwhals if you want a retro 2010 Tumblr vibe. Finally, we have a real expert in chat. You're actually so right, Dolos. Welcome to the stream. At this rate, considering most of these are also early 2000s, I'd say it's single amp music. I'm glad it was a game-related first novel, first message novel drop, not about farting. Rat PNG, have him wear big circle glasses with a lab coat. Nah, bro, you gotta let the... To add a perk to your worker buff, you gotta add like one of those little hot springs with the capybaras in it that they have in Japan. People fucking love that. Is there an oil fryer in the game? Rat can... Oh, no, you... Okay, wait. Rat NPCs that work the food. That work the food bank. Or, like, the cooking equipment. That would actually be... That would be what you would do. Dude, it's the Mari Mari song. It is. This song and Samurai were on the playlist of the worst person I've ever dated. He might be right about the women who ruin your life playlist. I believe the weeb term is landmine girl, but this is like that phenotypes playlist. Do we get dog powered things? Oh yeah, like the little, like the dog wheel. Yeah, so that's one of the things here, the manual generator. You still need an electric motor for that, but that's a lot easier to make than the full-on cold gen. You sure didn't mishear land whale? No. Have you guys really never heard of this? I'm pretty sure that's the term. Maybe it's like a weeb thing. I've definitely heard the term before. I've heard it, but not commonly. It's a very, because it's a weeb term, but it's because it's specifically a, like, weeb phenotype. It's like girl who's, like, into anime. It's like attractive girl who's into anime and dresses in, like the Lolita fashion type stuff, like all the frills and
work food 200%
and like dresses and shit.
With a 5% chance to be consumed and give you an extra.
But then they're also very mentally ill and will fuck you up forever. Ground employees work food 200% faster with 5% chance to be consumed. No, that's like way too much mechanic for one single. Like, that's not how the workers are gonna work. So basically all VTubers. See, I'm acquainted with it because a lot of VTubers fall into this fucking category. Na 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 na. How does a shrimp fry rice? You guys are way hung up on these. I need icons for magnets, stators, and rotors. And the motor, I guess, technically. This whole chain I need... Because I have iron rod, I have copper rod. I think I need crafting recipes for those. I have boiler and flywheel. And I have piston and steam engine. Bro's making a class diagram. Oh, I love UML. I'm not adding more to this diagram until I flush out everything that I've got on here. Which is taking quite a lot of time because it's the entire first tier. Just trace that for motor. That's honestly, like, making it look like that wouldn't be too bad. Needs whale oil? Well, I want to add fishing eventually. But that's like a whole other fucking tree off of this. Recreating the whole global economy for a game? That's the idea. Default north-south horseshoe magnet. It's not a bad idea, honestly, for magnets. Add pimping. Well, that's actually not like a horrible idea in this game. If I have where you can add things that add bulk like worker buffs. You can add a fucking pimp to the game. I think that shit'll get me taken off Steam, bro. Well, you know what? This is for fun, not money, so we don't need to fucking worry about that. I'm not adding fucking breeding mechanics, even though all the workers are animals. Oh, wait. Maybe I should. No, we need to get the working the worker mechanics working first. But then you could add some kind of like fucking tree where like, oh, these workers are better at this thing and these are better at this thing. And then if you crossbreed them, you can get a worker that's better at both. No, it's not a furry game. There's not sex in it. It would be more like a... It would be more like a Wobble Dogs type deal. You could add eugenics. Horsey game? Yeah. Wobble Dogs is cursed. Isn't there a horse breeding game? Yeah, Horsey game. I saw Northern Lion playing it recently. I kind of want to play that at some point. That looks funny. I don't know. I probably shouldn't base that mechanic around... Furries aren't inherently sexual. Yeah, see, the furries say that. They say that. No, it's not inherently sexual. But if you go to a furry convention, they're just selling like horse cocks in the vendor hall and shit. And like everything you can buy there, like 90% of it's related to sex. And the entire reason you go is to have sex with other people. But it's not necessarily a sex thing inherently. Just that 99% of the people into it are into it for kinky reasons. We need to stop being disingenuous in this sense. Do not give different species different perks or it will become eugenics and segregation. But, like, innately, like, it's not like humans so much. Like, innately, a mole is going to be better at mining than a fox. There's a very small percentage that does that stuff. It's just a hobby for most. You need to tell me that people are busting 10K on a suit and they have there's no sexual tie whatsoever. And if you're like, well, no, it's the ones that are getting in suits, they're maybe into it enough that it's like a sex thing, right? But the ones that aren't. Oh, okay, so they're just looking at art? What kind of art, motherfucker? Literally, yes. I have never seen a furry event that did not involve anything sexual. Or even, like, didn't involve a lot of things that are sexual. Yeah, it's like cosplay. They're some of the richest unemployed people I know. Yeah, it's a lot of like... Oh no, all the furries I know are employed. Dude, yes, I have a furry username. Candy Cane the Dutchie. Oh, that's like a dog type. I've been to the largest fur con in America. They don't sell things like that out in the open. It's behind an 18+ section where they do check IDs, and the section is very small. Think of it like how people sexualize cosplay, and others just enjoy it. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm not. You have more experience in this than I do, because I've never been to any furry shit, okay? But the comparison to cosplay, which is also a sex thing that people are in massive denial about. No, bro, cosplay isn't a sex thing. Most people are just into it for the hell of it. Then you find a random cosplayer, go on their profile. They're selling image checks, and you're gonna tell me that's not sexual at all? There's no connotation. They're just looking at the images because they're just really into the cosplay. They're really into the art of it. Like, are we in this much denial? And I know that not all cosplayers. I know. But To act like that is not a big part of it is a little crazy. Because I, like, most big cosplayers, most people that are like, yeah, cosplaying's my thing, and I, like, go to all these cons, they're selling, like, picture sets and shit. And that, I don't think those are being purchased by people who are just really into it for the artistry. Maybe some, but I don't think that's the main draw. Why are you having this low IQ take? It's not a low IQ take, because I'm telling you it's not all X and Y. But to act like it's not a major component is disingenuous. Being like, oh, not everyone's into that, so it's actually like a really niche thing. Only a few niche people are into it. Like, no, it's a major part of both of those hobbies. And acting like it's not a major part of both of those hobbies is being in massive amounts of denial. The economy of those hobbies is driven by this. Like, that's how it is, man. There's a reason people flex having a cosplay girlfriend. Just admit you're pinup for Lola Bunny. Lola Bunny is like not even... That's like entry-level furry shit. Gooner-driven economy? Why is there more furry porn than other kinds? For what it's worth, that's probably because they're, like, the only way to make it is to draw it. It's not really a thing where you can photograph yourself, right? It's only 15% or less that are into it. Are you dead ass? There's no way. There's no way it's 15% or less. For furries, there's no way. I would be willing to bet it's a considerable amount that aren't into it for a sex thing. But it's you're not gonna tell me 85% are just like, no, I'm actually not into that at all. There's no chance. I'd be more inclined to think 15% are not into it, and 85% are. I would wager that there's probably a pretty small percentage that are openly, like, freaky about it. The majority of people in these kinds of hobbies... Okay, see, I appreciate you, Candy Cane, because you're actually answering my questions, like... Or you're, like, providing me with a pretty measured take from someone that's actually in it. Majority of people in these kinds of hobbies are not constantly spouting sexual nonsense. If someone's acting a fool at a con, people will call them out. As if the con is not explicitly 18+, there will be minors. I got into it as a minor. Where are these stats even coming from? That's what I'm kind of wondering, man. It's probably like 60-40, where 60 is the norm. See, I would imagine that. I was gonna say, I would be willing to believe that half the people into it are not into the freaky shit. But I think that half is about the most that I would believe. I'm not even hating, man. I think it's fine. Be into whatever you want. It's just that, like, don't try to tell me that there's actually nothing sexual about your hobby when, if I Google the hobby, I will be immediately proven wrong by page 1 Google results, even with safe search on. Like, it's just a little bit much. Time to do some market research. They could probably see it be said about any hobby. Organizers are strict during operator hours. For what it's worth, as someone who's tangentially in the VTubing community, I would say that it's a pretty big part of this one too. And I would say probably a considerable amount of people aren't into like the sexual stuff, but there's a reason why most Western VTubers, well, I say Western, most VTubers in general got massive bazongas on their model. How do we get on the furry conversation? Someone said I should add a breeding mechanic to the game. As a Warhammer player, I want to fuck the orcs. Don't think that one was gonna get by me, Digitizer. Yeah, that PNG some tits. Got all the tangents on this channel. Big bazongas draw eyes. It's also like, and you know what? Actually, if Dutchy is still here, maybe they can weigh in on this since they're since they're now the resident furry expert that I'm asking for info on. But in VTubing, I would say that the majority of people, if polled, would say they're not into this because of, like, gooner shit. Or they're not into it for, like, a parasocial thing. But realistically, a lot of them are. But they're, with the parasocial stuff especially, they're a bit in denial. Okay, understandably, I'm not gonna hold them too hard on that one. But what I want the input on here is that, at least in like VTubing and streaming, yeah, they're not the majority. Not the majority of viewers are gooners, but the majority of the money that people make in this industry is from the gooners. Like, if you have a gooner model, you make crazy cash. That's kind of just like a known thing. So I'm wondering... Bro didn't even put entertaining on the poll. Goon, parasocial, or others? Or others? Art can be expensive, but a majority of the art, both physical mediums and other art mediums, is safe for work. People freak the fuck out about the not safe for work art. I think because it's very weird to, like, outsiders that people get a little hung up on it.
Throwing money at you, Woe, for his Gooner model.
I'm not getting a Gooner model. Thank you for the 250 bits, though, Digitizer. Ban anyone who says Gooner parasocial. I would never ban an honest man. I'm only into VTubers I know personally, IRL. Like, you knew them IRL before they started streaming. That doesn't count as parasocial. But if you got to know them because you watched their stream, handonshoulder.png. I voted Goon. Yeah, Tomato, see, I knew that you gotta be a little real here. No, don't like VTubers option. No, you just don't vote. This isn't for you. This is for the VTuber people. There are plenty of fucked up normal couples. Yeah. I think the primary difference is that when I go, oh, there's this new game in this franchise I like coming out. Let me search it up. I don't get their porn in the search results. I think that's maybe the main, like, differentiating factor. It's the franchise tie-in leads to unfortunate accidental discovery by people just looking up the franchise. First time here, I love your videos. Welcome in, Alex JP. YouTubers are fun. I like seeing the creative rigs. The thing that got me into it is I wasn't as big on the parasocial stuff, and I don't care about Japanese shit. It was initially it was the technology was cool to me, but I never really liked watching a lot of the streamers. I was like familiar with them. I get clips sometimes that were funny in my feed, but I didn't really care to like watch a stream. And then the indie scene that came out in like 2020, like late 2020, trying to kind of ape on like HoloLive and stuff was really creative. There's a lot of people trying, because it was so like new and there weren't like metas, and you couldn't really, it wasn't an easy path to make money yet. So people were doing it for the love of the game, and people were coming up with stuff that like economically is not a viable like choice, but it was really like creative and cool. That was what got me like interested in it. At this point, you don't really have... At this point, you don't really have quite the same community as there was in those early days. That like 2020 to 2022 was really good for the medium. And it was really cool if you were like looking for like really unique stuff, right? Yeah, indies try and do stuff only corpos could do. Like developing like technology, like bespoke rigging and modeling tech to beat the corpos out was like now it's established. We're not really breaking new ground we haven't broke new ground for a while on that. But like early days when it was like, oh no, fuck, you can actually look better than HoloLive. And like a lot of like the early stuff. Let me tell you some of these here. There's here, hang on, let me add some fermentation recipes while I'm doing this. Crafting recipe. Fermenting doesn't require fuel, so it wouldn't be a smelting recipe. Didn't take the indies long. No, that shit was happening like by the end of 2021, they were looking pretty good. I don't watch streams in general. Computer, pull up watch hours, ham on rye, in this stream. That furry VTuber got to control his model's ears with his mind using an EEG machine. Furries were truly innovating the VR chat technology, I can tell you that right now. Here, let's make beer. Resulting material, beer. Commercialized VTuber restrictions ruin the VTuber landscape. I think that it's more like now there's just like metas people fall into more. Whereas like back at the very beginning, and they established pretty early with metas, but like pre-meta, everyone was trying to do like a variation on HoloLive and like the big ones, right? Sorry, by meta I mean like metas, not fucking that shit Mark Zuckerberg was making. Beer. The drink of the gods. Pull me up a Sprite. Oh shit. Okay, no, this one can be beer. These other ones are very clearly hard liquors. I don't know what this one is other than beer. Never heard the non-Simlish version of this game. What? It's like people have never... Who is it? Was it Hina? It was someone who was like, I've never heard the song Chicken Fried besides that one where it's Nico Arc singing it. And I'm like, oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dog. Isn't the drink of the gods wine? I'm gonna actually beat your ass. Okay, no. Alright, hang on. Everyone's favorite liquid bread. There we go. Katy Perry did this song in Sims 3? Wait. It's actually in The Sims? No, beer cannot generate in the mine? That'd be awesome, though. Higher educated workers should be harder to keep happy, and you need to get them addicted to alcohol and cigarettes. You know what? That might not be a bad idea. Let me see if I can parameterize this out to the degree where I can actually do that. Yeah, you know what? I'll also make wine, since you brought it up. Wine. Wine. The real drink of the gods. There you go. Oh wait, I haven't made the wine sprite yet. Fuck! Dude, they did not spell alcohol right. It's okay, bro. They're just doing their best. Alcohol. Here, while we're at it, let's make a, the distilled version of these. Beer distills into whiskey. This is clearly a Jack Daniels. You can distill beer into whiskey. You can distill... You can distill wine into brandy. This is gin. This is tequila, vodka. I don't know what this is supposed to be, so this will be brandy. You can distill piss into whiskey. Shift S makes it so your selection aligns with the grid. Oh, really? Hang on, that's really good to know. I learn new things every day. This one actually should have an energy. Yeah, 20. You can burn whiskey for fuel. Okay. Brandy. Bizarre fact, how do you do is for some reason a slur to Polish boomers who don't speak any English. Level 3 distillery makes Everclear. Debating whether to add levels. I mean, you would just be adding new machines effectively. Ugh. You know what I haven't added that I need to add? The ability to destroy a machine. Right now, once you place it, it's just fucking there forever. Fallout 3 in New Vegas had to drop the original series drug references because of Aussie ratings. When RimWorld came out, the Aussie government banned it because of drug use. Alright, remind me to make my shit not capable of being purchased in Australia. Yeah, it needs a bulldozer button, unironically. This one should also have not as much fuel as, like, pure ethanol, but, you know. It'll be amazing to watch a reaction of the guy who puts down the machine for the first time. What, that it's fucking stuck? I don't know if I want to be trolling people to that degree. Yeah, it should give you beer. Alright, I think it should take, what, 5 wheat, maybe? 5 wheat to make 1 beer? No blood in games in Germany? Is that the one where they always make it look like cum? They have to make it white? Or is that China? I don't know how I feel about that one, bro. Oh, I need to add water. Hang on. How do I depict that in, like, a sprite? That's China? Okay. No. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this definitely looks like water. This looks awesome. I'm basically a graphic designer. That looks like shit. Hang on. Make it look like a splat. Like this? Make it look like, yeah. Just do a water droplet. Oh! I didn't even think of that. Hang on. Wait. Wait, not only should I do... You gotta fucking rag me for this. I forgot I had this. Hang on. Whoops. Forgot about this. It was in that factory game asset pack I bought. Water icon.png. There we go. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This fucking guy. Shut the hell up, okay? I'm doing my best. Oh. Hang on, wait, did I set that as a... Yeah, material resource. Water. Do-do-do-do, just dance. The record play. Do-do-do-do, just dance. I cannot believe that I just didn't think to use this. Gym Bros when the white woman music plays at the bar. You want me to shrink the size of the water droplet? It looks great. Anyway, it needs to be in the beer craft. Yeah, 10 waters. And then also add me a wine craft. Oh no, hang on. Rename. Should be wine underscore craft. Output, wine. Result quantity 1, craft time 1. Actually, hang on. Yeah, what am I talking about? Craft time? No, this shit should take like a full minute. Add a desk you can destroy to get desk wood. Then use the desk wood to make liquor. Alright, there's a level of stream jokes that I think would be funny to include, and some where it's just getting a little long in the tooth, and that's definitely one of them. Dog, this sucks. What is this? Nah, maybe it's alright, actually. Less water for this, because grapes are pretty juicy. This one should also be 60 seconds. Debugger is the incremental number for the development of this game, actually. You talking about the errors down here? Yeah, so a lot of these are when it initially... I think what's happening is it's on its initial call. I think I have a call where it's setting up the tile maps, and then it fucks it up and tries to do it again. So it throws all these errors. Then these read empty folders because the machines don't have recipes yet. Anyway, that's the errors. Nothing critical. It'll build, bro. This game gonna be run like a Bethesda game. Thank you, Vibe Coding, for giving me the least efficient written game ever. Here's a real question. Who do you trust programming a game more? A clanker or an electrical engineer? In my opinion, that's a pretty hard choice. Because... the clanker occasionally writes code where I'm like, fuck, that's a good idea. Or fuck, I didn't know that you could do that. And I'm like, damn, it's kind of better at writing certain things than I am. As long as I fucking hardline it. Oppo 646 with 1M context is amazing. Does the electrical engineer have any sense of self-preservation in this scenario? That's an important thing to take into account. If I never had to write code again, I would be the happiest man alive. The greatest thing that could ever happen in my day job is they go, ah, damn, we made clankers write all the embedded development drivers now. You don't have to do that anymore. We just need you to implement it and make the circuits instead. Yes! Yes! Hardware design! Yes! Never make me write a fucking low-level driver again in my whole fucking life. Why no YouTube stream? Because I never do morning streams on YouTube. Because I don't know what time they're going to start. They just start when I wake up and feel like it. They're never, like, guaranteed. This is the cat fuck in a handbag. Heading out for a bike ride before it gets too warm. Dude, I want to get my bike out, but it keeps fucking snowing and shit. What's the weather like today? 50! I might actually be able to do it if it's not raining, like it was the last time it was warm. Hardware bros stay winning. Hell yeah, dude. Hope you have a good bike ride also. Alright. Film recipes? No, still recipes. We'll do... Oh, hang on. Forgot. Disregard that. We see you brandy. Craft time, 20 seconds. Long time on these guys. They take a while. We'll make it 10 seconds. It doesn't take as long as fermentation. Just one thing. Four wines to one brandy. That's roughly the... That's roughly the conversion, I'd say. Doot 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 doot. Doot 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 doot. Doot 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 doot. Every Swede's favorite song. Mass Lorelei, Misa in the ground sand. Give me a one, caramel dancing. Boo doo 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 doo. Boo doo 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 doo. Alright, save that. We got still recipes in now. Thinking about the custom chart on some Waka cabinets that added this song on the hardest difficulty makes you do the dance. That's fucking awesome. Are you programming in Windows Media Player? I am! How'd you know, dude? Did you know Windows Media Player 11 has a secret Godot mode? It's actually, it was super innovative at the time, because Godot actually hadn't been invented for like the next decade. I'm gonna be this is Real Player Plus Pro. Alright, let's see. Why do I have Resource Helper Loader set up here? They were ahead of the time telling people to Pokemon Godot to the polls. It's very unfortunate. That Pokemon Go to the polls is one of the funniest fucking... Oh, it's a generational moment. It's one of the funniest things of all time. Result. Water. Generate once every second. 2 seconds, we'll say. Ingredients? Nothing. This is how you make a machine that just generates shit. I'm programming in NeoVim, but this, next level developing. Dude, when they find out about Secret Godot mode, everyone still on Vista because they refuse to upgrade to 7 is gonna be losing their mind. Holy shit, Xeno! 80 stream streak. Good lord. You and I drink a white monster. Oh wait, this animal I have become. I just joined. What is this? We're listening to Nightcore remixes while programming a game. Let's see if these. The split up version makes him sound so weak and impotent. The sped up version. Is the chat window the About Windows tab? The chat window is being partially covered up by this guy, but it's actually the little notepad widget. When I originally made this, I didn't have this yet. Maybe I should add another window that's kind of overlaying the main one to put this guy in. That's like the webcam view. Alright. The stream is not brain rot enough? Yeah, hang on. I'm about to hit the button that makes my RAM usage spike. Wait, where is it? Oh, this one. Oh! It fucking chugs when I load it in now, man. And it's lagging. Good lord, it doesn't even play them, like, smoothly anymore. Good grief, I forgot all the GIFs on this. Alright, hang on, turn that off. That's actually fucking slogging the PC. Yeah, what are my performance... Computer, pull up the performance chart. Alright, right now, we're using 26.4 gigs at a 63.1. Hit him with the zoomer mode. Oh! The CPU went up slightly. It went up by 300 megabytes. Okay, not as much as it used to. Probably because it had just already loaded them in. I should have started it before I opened it the first time. Can you enter OBS to reduce the video quality to rock bottom? Not while I'm streaming, I can't. Where's Subway Surfer? Literally on screen, fucker. Behind my head, look. Subway Surfers. It's literally in there. People always snarkily say that because they're not paying attention. But wrong, there is Subway Surfers. Everyone's always bumping Clarity by Zed, but they're sleeping on Alive by Cruella. I was hitting... When I was listening to, like, EDM in college, this was, like, the #1 hit. Is there also any Family Guy clips? Yeah, I should have a GIF 2-second clip of the... What is that? Crack? It just loops that. True, but Cruella fell off too quickly. Yeah, I saw them in concert. At, like, right before they fell off. When they, or no, I think it was, like, right after they fell off, realistically. Because it was in, like, a bar with a max capacity of, like, 150 people, maybe. And, entry was, like, $20. Maybe it was 30. It wasn't very much. And, I think it was right after they had gone on a talk show and they did a live acoustic cover, but they auto-tuned it. And they're like, you auto-tuned an acoustic cover? And that lost them a lot of aura. I'm remembering shit no one fucking remembers. I'm gonna be real, most of their hits are kind of mid, except for this one, which they played at the very end, because that's always what you do when you have one banger that's kind of propping your whole career up. Unk? All my favorite bands are $30 at small venues. The best concert I've ever been to was, years ago. It was years ago now, because I think it was right before COVID. It was 2019. It was, Kishibashi, who I quite like. And, he did a concert at this tiny-ass venue that I'd never even heard of. Up here in, up in Cleveland. And it was like, I had friends, I was like, guys, you guys want to go with me? They're like, I don't know who this is. And I'm like, they're good artists. But it'll be a good time. And tickets were like $20. And, it was this tiny-ass venue. We got there early. We just went right after work, because it was on like a Thursday or something. And it didn't start till like, for a couple hours. So we just got drinks. We were the only ones there, so we were just leaning up against the stage. Once it actually got to starting and everyone filled in, we were right in the very front. And it was a fucking great show. It was a great show. It was a great that it's at this tiny venue. At the end, he, like, ran out into the... Because it was all standing room. Ran out into the crowd and put, like, a... I think he, like, put, like, a chair down and stood on the chair so he's standing above the crowd. And then did, like, an a cappella cover of a couple of their songs. It was fucking awesome. That's the best concert I've ever been to. What's the worst concert I've ever been to? My brother drugged me to an Avett Brothers concert. That sucked. That's the worst concert I've ever been to. It was ass. I've been to a lot of concerts for bands I don't care for, but they're always at least like kind of hype. I heard drugged me? Dragged me, I guess. I said it wrong. Limp Bizkit was my last concert. It was terrifying. I was in a metalcore EDM band that used to auto-tune live. Looking back, it was lame, but it was peak in 2009. Yeah. I thought it was gonna be... I'm sorry, Jeff Gears. You're reminding me of memories I had suppressed. You're right, it wasn't that. Because that concert was lame, but it wasn't miserable. I actually completely fucking forgot about the 80s band. Oh my gosh, no, that was the worst. That fucking sucked. That was misery. And it was like 8 hours long. That was 8 hours long. You would think that... You would think that as a guy, you would be flattered to be hit on by any women. Well, I learned that day that that is not the case when you're getting hit on by like 50-year-old boomer women that are like drinking for the first time in 3 weeks at the fucking 1980s throwback comeback concert. All the rock songs are like 8 minutes long. It was 4 bands. It was 4 different bands. It was, oh, why didn't you leave? Oh, why didn't I leave? If I had driven myself, I would have left, but I didn't. I was there with 4 other friends. They asked me if I wanted to come. They had the tickets already bought. They were expensive, too. One of their friends had bailed. They're like, hey, bro, you want to come to this? I had a half day on Friday. And it was like we would be leaving basically right after the half day. Oh yeah, sure, man. That sounds great. It's in Pittsburgh, so you gotta drive hours to get there. By the way, because I don't live that close to Pittsburgh. It's hours away. We all packed into one car and drove there. So I was basically the hostage. I couldn't leave. I was cougar maxing. There was... There's a Pittsburgh in Ohio? No, it was in PA. That's why I didn't live close. It was hours to drive there. The most fun part was we parked in a hospital that was walking distance from the venue instead of parking in the venue parking, and got up on the roof and were slamming back beers before going to the concert. It led up to being like a great time. Then you got in the concert, and beers are $22 each. And you're sobering up fast, and you realize the music is gonna be shit. Because each consecutive... It started with Joan Jett. Okay, Joan Jett, actually, pretty banging. Little did you know, that was going to be the best band that played tonight. And that was like an hour or two. By the end of Joan Jett, you're fully sober. The beers have worn off, and you're not... One of your friends, a couple of your friends are maybe buying the occasional rounds, but one round for the group is like $80, so no one's doing that shit. By then, we go into our second act. Poison. Absolute dog shit. I'm sure they were great in the 80s. But he was fucking cooked, man. The guy is so fucking old. He's so old. He can't sing. He can't riff. He can barely play the guitar at all if we're measuring any stat here. Oh Lord. And it was like, it was like this is kind of sad, like watching. But he was having a good time. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'll give you some credit. At least he's having a good time, even though, like, it's decroded as hell. Then next up, by now the sun has gone down, right, towards the end of the Poison concert. Now it's Def Leppard. You know what? Instrumentally, the best band that played. I think they got they had a drummer that was younger, and the guitarist could still fucking shred. That said, all their songs were like 8 minutes long, and I don't know that many Def Leppard songs. It felt like it lasted forever, but at least the music wasn't so bad. Then, the headline band for the entire event, Motley Crue. They're the ones that have all the stage props. They got all the big, they have the longest slot. It's like 2.5, 3 hours for their slot. It's the final one of the night. Dog shit instrumentals, dog shit vocals. They are all cooked to shit. The 80s, getting drugged out in the 80s constantly fucking ran their bodies through at like triple the standard rate. They are performing like 80-year-old men. That shit sucked. It is the worst. It was embarrassing live performance. It was actually you would be embarrassed to put on a show like that. It was like, Ozzy Osbourne did like his final concert and he's like barely able to get up there. But there it's like this is his final this is his swan song, right? It was like that, except it's not their swan song. They were just doing a show. Crew was great when I went to see him for their final tour concert a while back. Bro, if you went to the same concert as me and you're saying it was great, even the friend that I went with that was really into Motley Crue and wanted to see it was like, damn, they are washed. It was so bad, dude. Oh my gosh. It's fucking 8 hours. 8 hours, $22 beers. I saw so many old women tits at that stupid concert. Never mind. You know what? Away with this fucking normalized still being crazy and partying when you're 50 like you're a teenager again. Nah, that shit is... Yeah, go do it on your own turf. I shouldn't have come to your own land, bro. I don't want to see that. The funniest part is when they were doing like something where it's like, let's see the ladies in the audience, and the guy with the camera is scanning the audience and he's trying, you could tell he was trying to, because like for the like overhead, you could tell he was trying to find like a hot young woman, and there's no one there. It was all old people. And he's like zigzagging through the crowd. Oh, man. It was actually, it was such an experience. Then a bunch of drunk, like parent-aged people who are trying to party it up like the 80s. Once again, like, I can't rag them too hard in like an overall thing because I was in their turf. I went to the fucking 80s tribute concert. This is their safe space. So I couldn't even like bitch that hard about it. But good lord, I'd never want to go to anything like this again. You stepped into the Cougars, Den? I remember there was also one woman that had a giant, like larger than a print paper. It was like poster size, not poster size, but like, oh what, maybe like a 20-inch tall printout of like the guitarist in Motley Crue's penis, and was just showing it to everyone that would look at it. I don't know what the play with that was, but she was showing it to everyone. She was like, have you seen this? And pulls it out like the fucking Elder Scroll. Holds it in front of your face. And Win just was going down the line doing this to everyone. Yeah, it was Nikki Sixx. You're right. The Elder Scroll is fun. Yeah, you fucking see this, you do go blind, motherfucker. So people the fucking Elder Dong, bro. Was there even anyone remotely interested? Yeah, the other women that were in their 40s that she was showing it to. Why is she showing it to other dudes? I don't know. I think they were fucking slammed. How'd it look? It's a penis. What do you mean, how'd it look? Hit me with a Fuzro dong? Forced meat gaze? How'd she get it printed? That's what I was wondering. She was also, it didn't have like a QR code on it, but she kept telling people how to find it on their phones, too. Because she was around where I was standing, where me and my friends were standing. This has me messed up. It's actually, like, unbelievable. The boomers kept fucking in the porta potties, too. They like were lined up, and you'd see like the most fugly couple of all time walk out every like 10 minutes. It was a rancid experience, brother. And once again, I can't complain. It's their safe space. I was in their zone. But you didn't see? I'm glad I didn't see old people fucking at the Motley Crue concert. This sounds beautiful. Yo, Kolkage Bratwurst? Sorry for bad English. I am German. Bro, your name is College Bratwurst. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I get distracted, but I'm making my little game here. Sad that I'm close to that age. I mean, I'm in my 30s now. These people were older. These people were minimum, like, 20 years older than me. So I guess they were, like, 50s. I'm saying 40s, but 40s were probably the younger end. It was, like, 50s, largely. Cougar orgy be smelling like embalming fluid? Anyway, if any of you guys are like, yeah, I'm a bit of a hag enjoyer, and you actually aren't a fucking liar, I can tell you right now, here's where to go. If you were like, damn, I'm really into older women, it would have been, you would have had the easiest pools of your entire fucking life at the Motley Crue concert. I've seen Motley Crue 10 times? What the fuck are you doing, dog? When people online say they're a hag enjoyer, that means they like women who are like 30. That's cowards talk. If you're really into older women, you know what you gotta do. Maybe that's the real Cougar Maxer in chat, bro. VTuber hags are not actual hags. Yeah, I know. You gotta split up the real ones. Also, that'll be said by someone who's also like 30. She's not a hag, bro. She's your fucking peer. I've been to orgies because of 50+ women. Everyone I know who's like into that shit is like old. Hey, hang on. I gotta piss again. Beat a poll on if he's sitting or standing? You think I'm gonna fucking sit down to pee? Why? No judgment if you're a man who likes to sit to piss, but it's literally less convenient. All this talk about hags activate his bladder. I sit to piss at work to take up company time. Okay, but yeah, but now I used to do that too, but now my job rocks, so I try to piss as fast as possible to get back to it. I don't like pissing on the rim. What? Then don't do it? I'm cracking open a Diet Dr. Pepper, by the way. I'm salary, so I'm pissing on my time, really? No, that's still pissing on company time. You gotta be there in X amount of time. What motor engine are you using? Haha, I'm using Godot engine. It go very fast. That sucks. Hang on, where are those? Oh yeah, here we go. Dude, shit icon, finally. Guys, we should add a new machine called the poop generator that takes labor input in and generates shit and piss. Mods ban the streamer. We have an emote for this? Okay, streamer, you cannot ban the broadcaster. Depending on the diet you feed the workers, it either comes out as this one or it comes out as this one. Alright, hang on, get me out of here. Bro, cut his mic. I'm just innovating. Sorry for party rocking. I'm a bit of an innovator. I know you wouldn't understand. There's a shitting mod for Zomboid that makes it so hard. You add this emote, by the way, Adge? Yeah, sure, I can add that. When people are spurging about the ads, I'm sure they'll love to spam this. Add 1 of 80. This is that shit that was playing at 5 a.m. during the Shedathon while I was sleeping. Alright. If you're wondering why I started running ads, by the way, I'm using them to pay my moderators now. Or the ones that do all the background work, at the very least. Because the stream has become a little harder to manage if you're doing, like, the main workload. They get paid now? Not that much, but it's a little something, just because the ones that do, like, a lot of the back-end work, like managing, like, the lists and the filters and everything, and prepping stuff for the stream. Whoa, give me a job application. Go Mania, I love you, man. I would never even consider it. Not even field the idea. If you pay your mods, Moist Critical will make an organized takedown of your career. Did he get mad at someone for paying their Twitch mods? I'm just trying to throw them a bone because they've been working for free. It's less of a, oh, here's a salary, and more of a, here's a little something since you're helping me so much type of deal, right? Thor? Yeah, that's because fucking everyone, that's because free clout generator to shit on him for like 1 month. Guy who has done basically nothing truly wrong in an industry full of like pedophiles and sexual assaulters. Guy who committed the grand sin of had a bad gaming opinion. Yeah, let's just throw him under the bus because it's free clout. Fuck everyone involved with that. It pisses me off so much. It pisses me off so much that he got dogpiled that hard for relatively nothing. Why is he getting fucking shit on for paying his mods? No, he should do like everyone else and make them work for free? Just don't say pay moderators. It implies they are employed. Say stuff like, so I can reward them for their effort. Oh, like you mean like I literally just did? You mean like I literally just said it's a little kickback for the help, not a salary? Ah! Holy shit, Drizzle Ian, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Never seen anyone complain he pays his mods? Yeah, I haven't seen that one either. Oh yeah, he can't take criticism? That's kind of true. But, I don't know, man. Y'all can disagree with me on this one. I like the guy. Well enough, at least. This is getting unreasonably complicated? Nah, it's fine. Let's get on the... Where's my machine? Sprites. My electricity went out as I was taking a generational dump. I had to call... Why do I read chat? It's basically always a mistake. I haven't seen people saying paying them was the bad part. They use it as a way to paint in their thesis that he's an arrogant, egotistical man. I'm big money man, so I pay my overseers to smite you. That's so fucking stupid if that's true. You're allowed to be critical of streamers, obviously. But you should, like, keep it, you know, reasonable. There's plenty of people that I don't watch because, I don't know, man, I just don't like the vibe. There's a vibe they have and it doesn't match with what I want out of a stream. And that's completely fine. But, you know, don't lie. Don't exaggerate to such a degree just to keep it rolling. Are you drinking IRL all the time? Yes, all the time. Every time I stop talking, it's because I'm chugging liquor straight from the bottle. The stream's vibe's the most important thing? In my opinion, yeah. What do I want to be doing here? What was I... Fuck. I want to be expanding this set. Oh, wait, I can actually do a tobacco to cigarettes path now. But I need to make a paper... The paper mill still doesn't have a graphic. And the fermentation tank, it still don't have graphics. That's what I clicked over for. That was what I opened. Fermentation tank. I think that I have a graphic. Okay, wait. I think in one of these packs I bought. I think I can use this. I think I can use this big, like, barrel. Yeah. Let me see if there's any other... Why do they have different wheat icons over here? I think I can use this as my fermentation vat. What the fuck is this? I'm getting... Nightcore remixes never before seen. It's gone out of my, like, curated playlist at this point. Stir up the internet by saying you pay the funniest people in your chat for engagement, and it's based on a chatter survey at the end of the month on who is the one getting paid that month. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, sure. It's a completely different style than these other ones and will need to be replaced, though. But it'll do for now. And then we need a still. Is there any... This is supposed to be a cheese-making machine? This is part of a farm pack. Yeah, just take this. Hang on. Hang on. Can I... Hang on. Show grid. View grid. Grid settings. 32 by 30. Well, just show the grid. There we go. What the fuck is this? Now this just needs a, this can be our still. It just needs like a pipe going from this one to this one. Honestly, and we could get rid of the one back here, but... Watch me fuck up this sprite with my amateur art hour. Yeah, that definitely has improved the look and hasn't made it look like shit. I should have just kept it as the barrels, bro. It would have looked better. Help this get in? No clue. This is Nightcore. Hello, how are you? Nightcore of a Japanese song is crazy work. This is gonna fuck up my YouTube music algorithm forever, bro. Here, actually run me back. Reshuffle my existing list. This is the first one we get. Excellent. Why is this in here? It's the script, but it's Nightcore. I think I saw it in the recommendeds, and I was like, yeah, I'll add that. Amazing graphical work here. Like and subscribe for more, for more epic pixel art. I'm realizing now, these are pre-scaled up, because I didn't scale this up. But, like, it's using double-sized pixels. This is the second Hall of Fame this stream. Here, you know what? I'll skip it. It's this one again. Alright, you know what? Hang on. Can we... What's our other on the list of chat approved music? Divorced dad music time? Oh my gosh, you're right. Alright, hang on. The problem is my divorced dad playlist is not all divorced dad music. It's a mix. Some of it's like boomer music. It's just catchy music. Alright, yeah, sure. Throw me on, I'll throw some in here. The worst part is that I'm pretty sure Better Off Alone X Clarity is in this playlist as well. As a married woman, I kind of like the divorced dad music. Twilight fan music? That's more slanderous than calling it divorced dad music, man. When I was a kid, I complained this song was depressing. Understandable, honestly. What other ones did I need? I have the drying rack. Sawmill. Paper mill, maybe. We really got most. Oh, we need a kiln and a blast furnace. Alright, let's consult. Can we... Hang on. I can maybe turn this into a kiln. Just add like a fire glow effect to the inside here. Or this. Yeah, hang on. I could probably chop this. Turn this into the blast furnace, actually. This is supposed to be like a kitchen thing, I think. These will at least be good to get us through. Just a little something to take the edge off. Crunch this shit down like we did for the... It looks like shit. Yeah, there we go. You can tell that the sprite's fucking chopped off. Ah, whatever, man. Peak quality? That'll get us through. And then kiln. Just grab this well without the top on it. Hang on, I know what to do here. Yeah, hang on. That's actually kind of usable, if I'm being honest. This is not. This is fucked. But that'll work. Now grab me some, like, fire texture. Reduce this to 1 pixel. The problem is that this very clearly has, like, dynamic lighting baked into the pixel art. And this very clearly is not respecting it at all. Like, oh, you mean tell me there's fire here, but there's no lighting on, like, the brick or anything? Like, that's not how that would go down. Dynamic lighting built in. Not dynamic then, is it? It's not very dynamic if it's built in. You know what I mean. It's got lighting baked in.
I really like this divorced dad music. Makes me want to chase some cougars.
Takashi. Takashi, thank you for the 200 bits. They're not MILFs anymore, bro. They're people your age. They're in your dating bracket. Speaking of cougars. This is divorced mom music. But they're still MILFs? Technically, yes, but spiritually, no. Machine layer. Alright, blast furnace. Machine tiles. These are all smelters, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, wait. It's I forgot. Blast furnaces go as assemblers because the fuel is part of the recipe. That's how it works. Motherfucker. Alright, blast furnace. 12, 13, 2. Alright. And then, let's see, coal furnace. That's already there. Coal generator, I haven't made that one yet. Kiln. This one actually looks pretty good. $14, $15, $2. And let's get water. Okay, Waterwell already has it. Sawmill 4656. And it'll be 4, 7, 5, 7. I have to enter where the sprites go. They put this song on the Godzilla 1998 album, the Godzilla Mix. They literally just played his roar in the chorus. wait. What? I've not heard of this. That's awesome. Two, 9-2 for the fermentation tank. Okay, 8. There's a real tragedy in these game-making streams. There's nothing I can make fun of. Why? Because there's not enough going on? These are more chill. You can make fun of my bad takes. There's a lot of those in every stream, for that matter. But this is a bit of a, it is a bit of a black hole for rage bait. There's not a lot of good rage bait to hit me with during the game making streams, because they're a little more chill than that. Give me a music bad take. I've already had my say on what I think about 80s rock. Obama, hey bro, can you play some Frank Zappa? Oh, bro forgot the bits. Maybe a movie's bad take? What's like a true movie's bad take? What's like a true bad... Because there's like bad take, but internet people will agree with you. What's one that'll really get people riled up? What's a franchise movie? Marvel, maybe? None of you guys care enough. I'm trying to think of one, and I'm like, modern Star Trek is good, but I don't believe that. That's not true. You don't like Sons of Steel? I just haven't seen it. Tell people Sons of Steel is good. It's actually tragic, because Fonks was like, you should watch Sons of Steel. And I was like, yeah, sure. I like old bad movies. And then 50 other people that are not him started being really fucking annoying about it, and now I have no desire to watch it. You guys actually did him giga dirty for that. Because now I have no desire to see it at all. Charlin, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you guys are doing well. Is a classic move. Hang on, I was trying to think. People are like, there's nothing that we can rage bait you about in this. And I was like, well, I keep giving... Yeah, I talk about bad opinions in this. People were fighting me earlier when I was arguing... when I was arguing about different fan bases being built on Gooner foundations. But I don't know. I feel like I kept that one pretty civil because I genuinely just wanted to learn. This sounds like stuff I can enjoy. We're doing some game dev right now for this mining, crafting, farming sloppa game. Today, Chad is basically the therapist. We unlock past traumas. You didn't get me fucking remembering that Motley Crue concert. That is a past trauma. Lagunicorns. What's a true divisive movie take that I actually have? Because I could make some shit up to get you guys riled against me. But I feel like I'm not like that much of a movie head. I feel like I like most things that people like. Lots of programming trolling that could be... Why am I helping you guys brainstorm your own trolling? This year, Sinners was snubbed for Best Picture, and Paul Thomas Anderson doesn't deserve to be nominated. Snubbed for Best Picture. Whoa, buddy. Sinners had the, Sinners was very generously on the same podium as some of those other movies. Monty Python, best movie ever? That's not... It's not the best movie ever, but it is funny. I've watched it several times and managed to get... Where's my farming game? Are we done yet? Here, let's see. I just added these extra sprites to the machines. Let's see where we're at. Since people rated in, it's a good time to do a bit of a test. Alright. Alright. We've got our different zones. Graphics very basic right now, because... we're mostly just working on function. The idea is that you have these different areas you can mine out. I have the speed turned up for debugging purpose.
Opinions on Starship Troopers?
I haven't watched it, so I can't form a genuine opinion. It's like a satire, right? It's like a war satire, war propaganda satire. But I haven't seen the movie. I know that it's different than the novel. And so there's some people that are, like, into the novel and some people that aren't. Let's set up an auto. Let's set up some workers to mine for us. This needs to, like, gray the button out when you don't have enough. Because right now it just doesn't let you craft it. And once you get it to where all of them can clear the grid, then it can just go crazy. Liking the Speed Racer movie. That's divisive in real life. That's not divisive on the internet. I feel like a lot of internet people know that that movie's gas. Alright, I'm getting a lot of the different seeds. Hemp seeds, grape seeds, corn, wheat, tobacco. Okay, hang on. Let's start on the tobacco grind set. If I remember correctly, I need to fuck with these sprites more, because I think I'm using like a pepper plant or something as my sprite. Let's also get wheat going for beer. That's not wheat. Here, look, I fixed the position of the text on the buttons. And I actually parameterized it out enough that I can fix all of them in one go. Let's get some hemp growing to turn into a rope. We just got all this added in. I accidentally clicked. Okay, I should make it default. It should save the last plant you clicked on so that you don't have to fucking click over constantly. I want to grow up to be Racer X. Hell yeah, dude. He's kind of freaking epic. The fucking double fake out is like one of the best.
Have you ever watched Full Metal Jacket or Doctor Strangelove?
I haven't watched Doctor Strangelove, but I watched Full Metal Jacket. Oh, no, wait. You know what? I actually do have a genuinely controversial movie opinion about a movie people online get really up in arms about. Of the new Star Wars movies, like the trilogy, not all the spin-off ones, Last Jedi is the best one. I ain't gonna like that! The internet does not agree with that, I know. But it's literally the only one that tried to do anything interesting. All the other ones are fucking washed. Cold take? Is it? Is that a cold take? Has the sentiment changed? Because that one period of time, that was a hot take. Not this again. That's a good bad take. See, because I was trying to think, I was like, oh, prequel's better than original. Nah, I don't genuinely believe that. The rage bait is simply not believable. Do our auto harvesters work? I've tested the auto miners. They should technically work the same. Uh-oh. They don't. Alright, need to do a little tweaking here. Because that should auto harvest. John Boyega got fucked over. Oh, he don't want anything to do with anything now. I feel bad for him, genuinely. I'll die mad Rey and Kylo didn't hold hands at the end of the third trilogy movie. Didn't they kiss or something? I remember John Boyega being like, "You're never gonna catch me in a fucking Disney Plus movie." Like, he's fucking out. He was done. He was done after he got out of that contract, brother. Dude, I need to make my numbers smaller. They're bleeding over into the other numbers once they get big enough. Oh, I got him. Curious looking. What the fuck? Oh! Let's cheat a little and make auto miners for the others. We need to get some... Oh! Oh, now we have my... Okay, I was defending my sawmill texture, and I was like, shut the fuck up. It's a good-looking texture. I'm sitting looking at it now. It's not a very good-looking texture. Whatever, though. It'll work for a stand-in. It maybe looks like Dookie from further away. Up close... doesn't look as bad. Let's get this thing generating some wood. Right now, there's no way to, this is not only used in a lot of other crafting, but it's also fuel for the furnaces. Will I get a vendor to sell it later? The wood? I'm on the fence whether or not I add trade to this. Just to feel like I did good and make money for no reason. I think I should add some kind of trade thing. Well, I want to eventually, because right now you can go up here to the farming, and then I want to add another one where you can go up and do fishing, and it's the same. It's like a grid. You have like the shore, and then you have like docks that come out where you can put the little places for your you know, fisherman hut or whatever. I want to sell to someone, and the idea would be that on that one, maybe having where you can eventually build a boat and then use that to instigate trade. That's a drying rack. That's not a. Why does the paper mill look like a drying rack? What does the drying rack look like? Placeholder? I added it to the wrong item. Lord forgive me, I have added it to the wrong fucking item. Alright, well that's giving me dry tobacco. This goes way too fast. This should take a long time, like the fermentation tank. Let's get some fermentation tanks built. These are made from wood and mud. Get some beer going. Oh, I need water. Start. I guess it's kind of silly that you need to like open it and press start. Maybe if it has no ingredients, it should just automatically go. This song is so gay for it to be straight. This one or the last one? Oh, Teenage Dirtbag? Yeah, that one. You're not wrong! You're not wrong! Build me another water well. Okay. That one's going on beer. Let's start this one on wine. These take a while. Yeah. Because it has to ferment it. But while those are fermenting, let's get our still. Why do we not have a still? Oh, wait. Is it made out of... Hang on. I think the stills are made out of... Dude, we need to either... We need more sawmills, because these shits are going to be eating wood while they smelt ores. And we have enough ores that it's going to be going pretty crazy. We need to add the assemblers. Once we have assemblers, we can basically automate everything through this tier 1. And that's like literally the assembler struct already exists. Do I even have the... Oh, fuck. I don't think I added the crafting recipe to make bronze out of that. Dude, I do need to fix that the numbers bleed into each other. I have a fucking ska cover of this song in my library. Dog. Breeding plus outcome dependent on what you fed animal with. Yeah, I was thinking of that, actually. I haven't added animals yet. Animals would be... So, like, on here, you can scroll. I don't know if I've shown that very well. You can scroll to the side, basically as far as you need to put as many machines. So you have basically infinite place for machines. Oh, wait, no, bronze ingot. Okay, wait, this is fucked. This should be bronze. You should have to make like a blend of the copper and the tin, not just a copper nugget. Okay, wait, does this allow me to make a still now? What mandates a still? Do we have beer and wine yet? Okay, we have 2 beers, 2 wines. Harvest me more fucking crops for that, by the way. The auto harvesters would be doing wonders here. Tobacco as well. I don't have where you can craft cigarettes yet, because otherwise it would show up here, because it would be a handcraft. Put them in grid, and if more items allow, hover to view number of items. Wait, for what? Man's getting lost in his own game. I can't remember what. I can't remember if. Did I forget to put in a recipe for the still? Or have I not unlocked it because I'm missing one of the ingredients? Hang on, I'm checking my own. Machine recipes. Oh, I didn't add a. I didn't add an ingredients for it. I didn't add a recipe for it. Whoops. Whoops, my bad, bros. It would be nice if these were, like, animated as well, which is kind of the idea. But, I'd actually implement that. Damn, this does look like a shitty... In the sprite sheet, I didn't think this looked that bad. It looks real bad next to these other ones. Harvest me more grapes. I need that wine grind set. I need that beer and wine grind set. Having no unlock notif would be interesting later. No. The idea is that, and I haven't added, but it's on the to-do list, is to have little, like, achievement-type pop-ups in this corner. They go, bring, you unlock this crafting recipe. You unlock this. You unlock this. Oh, okay. Yeah. Is there even a budget for animation? This is the development cycle of this game is not based around like a standard gaming budget. It's based around how long you guys are willing to watch me make it, because I don't make my living from selling the game. I make my living from people watching me on Twitch. So the priority list here is a little bit different than average, right? I'll put whatever into this game I can afford for as long as people want me to continue working on it. Budget is based around good vibes. The budget is based the same way that, the budget is based, bottom text. The budget is based in the same way that my stream budget is. Where it's like, is this worth doing? Can I afford it? And I'll work on it for as long as people want to see it, and as long as I'm not burnt out on it, basically. There's still a lot to do, so... It's based around running a virtual daycare. My primary goal is to get it to a point where you can, like, play it, at least, like, in your browser or something, and get, you know, a decent bit of play out of it before you hit the end of the progression tree. Then do, like, a soft release on the, put it on the website, or on, like, itch.io or something. And then, I can just add stuff to it as I feel like it, basically. And then release it in like major updates where it'll be like, oh, now we have this feature or whatever. I want this to be released as a AAA title with season passes and 65% completion on release. Will you reach your Yandere dev phase? You've seen what the code looks like. There's already some Yandere dev going on. Well, now this is better than it is. People always, if your code is bad, you're basically Yandere dev, but no one ever talks about what the Undertale code looks like. Yeah, you're brave enough to insult a failed game dev for his bad code base. But are you brave enough to insult an incredibly successful one for their equally dog shit code base? Lock in. Yandere dev had no AI yet? Yeah, I know. My code would be looking a little more Yandere if I wasn't able to go. ChatGPT, write me a function that sorts the data structs. I'm not gonna lie. All my ads are French. Y'all ain't tried modding damn near any Unity game and looked at the original code? Back when I modded Minecraft and they would release the decompiled versions because you weren't working with Forge, you were writing that shit straight in the script. Good lord. Some of it is rough, man. Give it a prompt and then add like Yandere dev would. I'm not gonna intentionally fuck my code base, bro. RIP Bucket. Doesn't that still exist? Alright. We've been live for 4.5 hours. And I got a few errands I gotta run today before I start getting packed up to go visit family tomorrow. I'm thinking we find someone to raid into here. Oh, hey! What do you know? Chromu is live. Let's raid Chromu. Didn't Spigot supersede? Oh, okay. It has a successor. Okay, thank you guys so much for showing up. This is a good old time. Mostly yapping. I get way less done in 4.5 hours of streaming the dev than I do in a significantly less amount of time. Like, not streaming it, because I'm just locking in and banging it out. But it's a lot more fun to yap about shit with you guys. I love y'all. I'll see you guys next week. I'm going to be gone visiting family this weekend, and then again next weekend, because it's Easter. So, I'll see you guys on Monday. I hope you guys have a great rest of your week. You have a great weekend. And I'll be back at it again with some crazy shit next week. Also, Charlin, thank you for that raid again. Appreciate you. Oi, what is Chromu even doing this morning? She's playing Outlast. That's just scary. Alright, sweet. It's my birthday Saturday. Happy birthday in advance! Thank you for the stream, UO.